Cat, it's Noah from Austria.
This is Juliana from the US.
Phase 1 complete. Bring in the artists.
Hey guys, this is Netrofun.
Hey guys, this is Rich Edwards.
Hey guys, it's Anika.
Family assembled. We have liftoff.
That's a bad kitty.
Welcome to the Monster Cat Podcast. A place where strangers become friends and friends become family. Taking you on a journey, this is Monster Cat.
the times when it was only you and me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the playoff stages of the VGL Spring Split 1. My name is Scoundrel, and I am joined as ever by Humanist and Tasty Bacon, who will be joining me very shortly to start these games underway because we are ready to get rolling. Now, before I bring them in, I'm going to show you what we've got coming up today. We've got lots of really cool games. We need 4 games because that's all we have left. There's only 4 matchups in that playoff bracket to play today, so you're going to have your chance to see all of them. So let's just have a quick look what's coming your way. Yes, we'll start with Fluffy Chickens, who a lot of you will recognise as a very, very powerful challenger team, seen them many times before, going up against Reliable Union, a team that has definitely impressed. We're going to be following up with Lemon and Lime versus Fnatic Gaming, who aren't the actual Fnatic, but, you know, some likeness, as they are here in that winner's bracket, performing very well. Then we're going to have the loser bracket portion, which is going to be Oblivion Lost versus Vayne Guardian, and then Waves, the Siska's team, I believe, and they'll be going up against Memento Mori. Fairly unknown team, but they have done very well and made themselves all the way up to the playoff bracket here. And speaking of the playoff bracket, let me show you that, because we have a new scene to show you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the playoff bracket. Obviously, the top half is where we're going to be showing first, Fluffy Chickens and Lemon and Lime, and then we're going to be having the bottom half of the bracket later on. Now, the last 2 games of the day, as ever, the losers will be out. The winners will then battle their way up through this bracket to make it all the way to those top 3 qualifying spots. It's going to be a fantastic, fantastic set of games coming over the next few weeks. And this is the time where I say, Humanist, I'll start with you today, my friend. How are you feeling? Are you excited for playoffs?
Feeling good, feeling great. Love chickens, love fluffy things. Fluffy chickens,
what more could you
amazing. What more could you want? And then their opponents today, Reliable Union. I believe I was with Bacon a few times when we cast this team. They were legit. Some teams were able to take a game off of them, but they consistently were able to just win. Very exciting. Both these teams are very good.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bacon, I will bring you in and let you have your say, because I think we're going to be going into draft very, very shortly. So Bacon, before we get going, I mean, this is, again, we're coming to the closing ending of this VGL Spring Split 1. It's going to be sort of all wrapped up within the next few broadcasts. Can't believe we're here already. It's quite emotional, Bacon. I've really enjoyed my time with you. How are you?
I've definitely been enjoying the time we've had together. It seems fleeting, but we are going to be having some incredible matchups today. I mean, top 8 teams, we have to narrow it down to 3, unfortunately, because many of these teams have a great shot at being in that top 3. So it's going to be real exciting to find out who actually makes it.
All right, well, just check that the teams are ready, and we are into draft now, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. Lyra already banned. And we are going to be seeing Adagio banned on the other side as well. And then maybe actually change their mind at the last moment. Is they're thinking about the potential Lance ban. But no, there we go. Double healers off the table, Humanist. No surprises. Same old, same old.
Ooh, is Europe learning? Is this happening?
No, my friend, we never learn.
Match 1?
We don't learn. What Europe's meta is butt each other in the head until someone comes out on top.
Koshka first pick looks good.
Looks good.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we've been talking about on Vainglory 8 this past weekend. In North America, Koshka has been played 13 or 14 times now and is still undefeated. In Europe, she's been played once and lost. So, I don't know, maybe, like you said, challenger teams obviously watching Vainglory 8, we're picking up on that stat and deciding to bring the Koshka out here.
Well, it's definitely a strong pick. Lance comes through here for Reliable Union. They're going to follow up with the Idris. Idris is something that has been seeing a little bit more play from time to time. And they're going to be the Fortress and the Vox coming through here. What a scary composition from Fluffy Chickens. They know exactly what they want to do here, gentlemen. Final pick coming through. And when that final pick does come through, this is be the moment where I hand over to you 2 beautiful men for our first game of the day. We'll have to see. They've got 9 seconds left to go. Looking to round out this composition into what looks to be a fairly threatening one. It is going to be Petal locked in here. So Petal thrown down for Reliable Union in the jungle. It's going to be Idris laning. Humanist and Tasty Bacon, it is your time to shine, gentlemen. Take it away.
My goodness. Well, it is morning for Bacon and I. It's afternoon for most people in Europe, and I'm pretty excited to start my morning off like this, Bacon. These drafts look pretty decent on both sides, but I gotta say, I think Fluffy Chickens have won the draft.
Yeah, I absolutely think Fluffy Chickens have won the draft. These this composition itself is one of the strongest comps that is being run at the moment. You have a ton of damage and pressure from the Koshka and Fortress, and then of course Vox just is so dominant on the current patch that I feel like they really have an edge. The Idris, I'm not 100% sold on just yet. I love the pick. I love watching the pick, but no one has really impressed me with it thus far.
Yeah, I mean, I could see where maybe if he's, he gets decent farm, when the engagements happen, he could be elusive, get on top of Vox, make some magic happen. But there's so much run at you, high power, burst damage that can come out of Fluffy Chickens. And with such a high level team and having this draft, I'm sure they're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you saw how quickly they made their picks. They knew what they wanted. It was open for them, and they just took it without hesitation. Looking at the two jungle starts, a little bit interesting to me. See Rioren actually just kind of staying forward, getting vision, not really picking up all the gold possible from Aeon's farming, but it does mean that now it's going to be a Reliable Union making this rotation up into the lane first. Not going to find anything, though.
Yep, not going to find anything. That'll be Riku Meza headed right back to base. Going to go ahead and shop. Liko going to make his way back as well. Just picks up pretty standard items, nothing special here. I'm curious, though. It's nice to see Riren has got the Protector contract, which, it might have made sense for me to see the Dragonblood contract. It's interesting to see Protector. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Dragonblood actually would have been really smart, but based on the way they started the jungle pathing, they were playing very defensively, maybe expecting Lance and Petal to try and make some kind of aggressive play, but so that was why the Protector contract came out. And so that didn't happen. Ends up kind of being a bit of a wash.
Everything trading pretty evenly here. The net worth is Aeon and Rioren. They're going to be moving forward, looking to steal some of these forward camps. I think they got one of those right there. Riku Meza, trampoline's back. It's got those seeds down, and it looks like Fluffy Chickens don't really feel the urge or the need to get in there.
Yeah, and I mean, I can understand why. They're definitely comfortable with just farming up, taking this Ancient Treant and a forward camp means they are going to have a slight edge in terms of the gold that was picked up from that specific rotation. And you see up at the top, the gold does look to be in favor of Reliable Union, but that's just because there's a whole bunch of minions here for Elohawk to farm up. And as he does take those out, they do have a very, very slight gold.
Yeah, it's interesting. Ponchik is one of the players that a lot of people that were in what was Evil 8, now Vainglory 8, a lot of people really respected him as one of the top playmakers in the scene. So to have him here in the Challenger Series is pretty cool, and it's no surprise that they find themselves as very high rated and very far in the tournament. They jump in here, Aeon, Twirly Death, trying to find the damage, but he has to go and reposition himself. That Lance just, with the Petal backing up with those seeds and the Lance frontline, they're doing a pretty good job. Trampoline forward, he's gonna miss the impale. Aeon's back on the target. Riku Meza taking pretty good damage, but so is the Lance. They traded 1-for-1. Rioren is down. It's a bloodbath, Bacon.
I love what Aeon did there. The impale comes out as they pick up the ace. Impale came out normally. That's a sign for teams to just say, okay, jump on the Lance, punish him for missing. But instead, these side of Fluffy Chickens, they go right past the Lance and say, okay, he's stuck there. He can't stop us. Let's get onto this Petal and blow up that squishy target, and we can then turn this into a fight. They get the ace. They just about take down this turret. The minions might be able to finish that one off.
Yep, it's going to be Aeon just going to jump in and finish it off right there. And with that move speed, just in and out. And one of the reasons the Koshka is so strong.
Yeah, great play from Fluffy Chickens to really kick this one off. Getting all three of those kills, getting that first turret. And from what was a negligible gold differential has now jumped up to a little over about 1,500 gold or so just in the last 30 seconds.
It's pretty clear that they were able to take advantage here in the last minute or so. 4.5 minutes in, Fluffy Chickens up 3 kills to the 1 of Reliable Union. But this is a team, Reliable Union. There were many series where they lost 1 game. There were times when they were behind, but they always seemed to just hold it together. So by no means do I think this is a team that's just going to get run over and crumble here. And even if Fluffy Chickens continued to take lead, they can't get too confident up against this team.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, none of these teams. You're in the top 8. You can't get complacent against any of them. As Ren and Aeon, they're gonna pull the trigger. And never mind.
Just popped off one shot there, holstered it. No big deal. Riren, Aeon moving through, gonna clear out some scout traps here in the tri-brush. Take control of the middle area of this map. Once again, I see Riren not clearing out down in that shot brush, the scout trap there. We've seen a few teams fail to do so. I'd like to see teams go ahead and clean up on those rotations there. Rikamez has jumped on, trampoline's back, taking good damage. Crystal Sentry also wants some of this business. Probably don't want Ponchik on the back side of your fight, but I guess there's no one really that fits the build too well to be last person left behind. Maybe the Koshka just because her move speed.
Yeah, I mean, well, if the back line of your fight is on the retreat is far enough ahead, it doesn't make too much of a difference, but they are able to get out of there cleanly, just putting a little bit of pressure on, making their opponents think, and always have to question, are they going to be jumping at us from these brushes in our side of the jungle? Looking at the items, it is definitely a slight lead for the side of Fluffy Chickens. All 3 members now have a tier 3 item completed. Axel not quite having enough because he did pick up a couple of components along the way and got that reflex block. So still going to be a little bit off from finishing his most likely Sorrow Blade first item.
Mm-hmm. But I do like that he grabbed that reflex because, with the Koshka, she's got these good levels. She's going to just jump up there, stun you up, and it's a very easy kill to follow up on. If you can reflex that, it's pretty easy to go ahead and just get back.
I love what Fluffy Chickens are doing here. They've got the lane on their side of the map and are just holding it here. Elohawk not taking a single shot unless it's going to be a last hit, and just saying, Reliable Union, if you want to come farm this lane, you have to come to our side. You have to take a risk, and that's what they're going to do, try and force this and break the freeze.
The Reliable Union are like, all right, here we are. It's time to farm. As a group, as a unit, so it's not as efficient as it could be, but they're here. Ooh, that Chakram actually starting to hit pretty good. Ponchik taking good damage. Axel, go ahead and reposition himself backwards there. So, Sorrow Blade complete. He's actually, you have to kind of respect both his just basic attacks and his abilities now.
Yeah, I mean, the Chakram not doing as much damage as you would with a Crystal Idris, but it's the weapon path still seems to be the way to go. It's where most players that do pick up the Idris end up building, getting that dash or the blink instead of the dash as that extra ability part of his heroic perk.
Which is pretty OP. Between that and the Shimmer Strike, that's one of the strengths I think this team will have, like when they get into an actual engagement. He should be able to get on top of the box fairly easily. And we'll see. He probably needs another weapon item. I'm curious to see what you think about that, but also just an Atlas Pauldron because he can get on top of the box so easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely needs another weapon item. Just a Sorrow Blade isn't going to be cutting it, but they are going to be seeing maybe they look for nope, I'm not going to try and steal away this gold miner.
Attack of the Pack comes out. Look at these beautiful Spirit Wolves running forward. Well, that was just kind of a deterrent. Gold mine going to be claimed up there. That's 3K gold, net worth lead starting to pile up over here for Fluffy Chickens.
Yeah, they haven't been finding fights terribly frequently, but they haven't been really looking for them. They've just been sort of playing cleanly, looking for objectives, pushing in, farming up. And this is one of those playstyles that a couple of teams in North America have really adapted quite well, where you don't need to fight, but you do need to be making moves happen. It's one of the things that, kind of the difference in regions that we've seen is that a lot of European teams, when they aren't fighting, they aren't necessarily looking for objectives or looking to push in. So we end up with games that don't have a whole lot of action because they're just kind of both farming their own side of the map and not really trying to deny their opponent. They're not trying to steal away anything from their opponent. They're not gaining any leads. And so then you end up in those situations where it just kind of becomes a crapshoot, flip a coin. Whoever happens to win the team fight wins the game. Whereas if you can be making these kinds of moves, taking objectives, even if you're not finding fights, you still get a gold lead. You still have an edge when that fight does eventually break out.
Totally the truth, man. 100% agree with you. And you commented on this earlier, but Ponchik is doing such a good job of holding the lane. It's constantly on his side. It takes a lot of patience. It's very easy to just go ahead and clear that wave out, but that's why they have the advantage. A nice impale into two-man gifting while Liko, he needs to get backwards though as Attack the Pack comes out. The pouncing fun into the Yummy Cat and Frenzy, he's gonna be stunned up. Liko chopped down, that big burst damage coming through. Fluffy Chicken's eating good damage. They turned around. They already burned their fountain. The Pauldron came out, but you can't stop the Idris with a double kill. Axel, he's moving forward looking for more shotguns, going to be off the mark. Aeon tries to get really down, just still eats him all. Woo.
That is what a Koshka can do. It's why Koshka is such a priority pick. All of a sudden in North America, as with that aftershock, you have a good amount of burst when you first jump in, but the key is this broken myth. It's a pick item that you don't normally associate with a Koshka.
I love
because she's all about jump in, jump out. But if you're constantly jumping in and jumping out, as long as you don't stay out for too long, broken myth gets stacked up, and you saw how quickly Axel just melted at the end there because the broken myth was fully stacked.
Absolutely melted. My goodness. It could have gone either way, I think, but just because of that, the vision, the element of surprise, Aeon was able to just dumpster him.
I think be careful. The chakram didn't hit the Koshka on the way out. It only clicked her on the way back in. I think if that hits her on the way out, then maybe it's a different story. But only getting one connection means that Aeon was able to survive, find that triple kill, find the ace.
Well, Tyrant's completed. He's building into his second Tyrant's monocle right now. You really have to respect how long you're in a fight with this Vox. If he's getting damage out, these breaking point stacks are going to ramp up. This is a broken myth Koshka. What's crazy is that they already have really good bursts, but now in a sustained fight, they actually have advantage as well.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult to deal with. Axel is going to be an absolute key to this team. He needs to get onto Ilhawk and try and take him out early, but I'm just this Pauldron or something come out from Axel to try and shut down this box. Right now, it's still just building damage. Is looking for a Serpent's Mask to add a little bit extra survivability and durability in these trades. I don't know if that's going to be enough to win them out. It's definitely going to help him stay alive longer and be able to get ramped up, but I just don't. I'm concerned it may not be enough.
Broken myth on pedal now. Attack back's going to come out. Yummy Cat and Frenzy's blocked off. The wait for it off the mark. Pauldron did land, but not onto the whole team. Idris, he's kind of caught out here, Bacon. It looks like Axel's going to go down. He will. Meza trampolines back. Fluffy Chickens do not want to go ahead and follow on that, so take pretty good damage. They burn their fountain, but they're able to get a kill, and they're just going to flex their positioning now.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that they aren't looking to get a little bit extra damage onto this turret, but they don't want to take any chances. They're going to instead go down into the jungle, take out the Crystal Sentry. Only got 2 lives remaining, and they're clearing out a lot of the rest of the jungle camps as well. So, again, it's just all about making sure your opponents have as little gold income as possible so that you are as far ahead as possible when these fights happen. And now Ilahawk has that breaking point double monocle, is building up a little bit of armor too, knowing that Axel is trying to jump onto him constantly.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, one thing we should mention, I don't know if you brought it up, but the infusion just timed out on Aeon. The fact that he picked that up early was looking to abuse that snowball that they were already starting to build up. I really like that fact.
Yeah, if you can find an opportunity to pick it up early and you can then find yourself a couple of fights right afterwards, it can pay off in spades. He's got another one as they go for an engage.
Yeah, Rio Ren jumps in with his team. Nobody able to follow up there, take advantage of his move speed coming out there. Liko just kind of continuously being that front line for his team, but looking kind of squishy as the damage items starting to build up here for Fluffy Chickens. Attack of the Pack is out. Reliable Union very far forward to get the end wall, knock Ponchik back, but Idris trying to find the damage will go down. He just put himself in a vulnerable position. Riku Meza chunked down as well. Ponchik, oh my goodness. Aeon and Ponchik, they didn't even care there's a turret there, Bacon. They don't lose anybody. They get the ace. They're going to get the choke point turret as well, just absolutely dominating. This is how I imagined it when the draft came together for their team.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, they just got such a strong composition on their side. They have a lot of ace buff minions coming in, but they don't, again, are not taking any unnecessary risks. They're going to back out as the respawns come through. Very smart play from Fluffy Chickens. They grab themselves this jungle once again. Kraken is available. They could start that up if they want to, but I think they may just look to set up an ambush somewhere as they, again, are just clearing everything out of the jungle, making sure infusions are topped off, and they are as far ahead as they can be when another fight breaks out, which if they win it, could end up being the final fight.
It definitely could. Flare's going to come out. Riorin has spotted out Reliable Union. Aeon's going to jump forward. Really doesn't have too many cares in the world at this point. Attack of the Pack is out. Idris went over the wall, actually doing pretty good damage on Aeon, but there's the fountain. It's going to keep them alive. They turn around. Liko just blown up. Yummy Cat and Frenzy is going to be blocked off and a trampoline back from Riku Meza. Axel taking pretty good damage. Axel, get back. The shotgun comes through, almost taking Aeon out as Idris is already dead. They're going to jump forward. This should be a dead petal. It is. That's going to be the ace. 13-3, 16 minutes in as Fluffy Chickens look to go ahead and end this game here. Game 1 going their way. Oh my goodness. They draft strong. They play strong, Bacon. This is a top team right here.
Yeah, absolutely. They really came in with a game plan. They went into the draft with a game plan, executed it perfectly there, went into the game, executed it flawlessly in game as well, and very clean victory for Fluffy Chickens. No Kraken necessary. 16.5 minutes start to finish. Again, they weren't looking for fights early on, which you kind of expect with a Fortress Kashka, but they were able to control the pace of the game. They controlled the lane minions. I think that was one of the biggest factors. And then just had a gold lead when the fights did break out. As a result, they were able to win those fights consistently and find themselves the victory in game number 1.
Wow, I'm impressed. It looked good. I wish we would have seen an Atlas Pauldron come out on the Idris before the Barb Needle. I think it would have had a much larger impact, but I don't know. Scoundrel, you got to watch that game. What were your thoughts?
That was a very interesting game. The petal coming out so late in the draft when I felt like already they'd kind of, there was always already the petal counters, in my opinion, already open and on there, the side for Fluffy Chickens. Like, I've always considered Koshka a really good pick into petal because petal's got the lowest base health in the game. And the one thing she struggles with is burst and gap closing, and Koshka does both of those. And it's not like Taka, because there is elements to say that Petal counters Taka because it stops him from stealthing or whatever. But Koshka, she just jumps in there and blows the Petal up. And and if there's one weapon power carry or one carry that's going to be decent against Petal as well, even as weapon power with the resonance bounces, it's Vox. So the Petal came out very late in the draft there. I wasn't so impressed with it. I don't know how you felt, guys. I just felt like it wasn't a great pick.
Didn't feel like I could see where maybe compositionally it could make sense for their team. You fight around the lance. Petal can go ahead and use them like a pivot point, trampolining back and forth. You can use spontaneous combustion to heal up everybody on your team and do damage as you're grouped up, as Idris builds up some breaking point stacks. And it just didn't come together. And ultimately, I think I agree with you, Scoundrel. It's just so easy to get on top of Petal and burst her down.
I think it's a pitfall that a lot of teams end up falling into, where they pick up their picks based around their composition and what they want to do without full regard for what their opponent's composition is. And I think that's exactly what came out here. Like you said, they had an idea of how they wanted to run that Petal with their team, but didn't take into account what the opposing team would be able to do against it.
We are just waiting for a team member to restart their Wi-Fi, by the way. It is why I'm just waiting here, just ready to get another player back in and ready to go. But as it stands, Fluffy Chickens are 1-0 up at this current point in time. Let's have a look at the playoff bracket, just so you guys know what's coming up today. Obviously, we've got the Fluffy Chickens and Reliable Union game here. Fluffy Chickens are 1-0 up in this series. Now, if Reliable Union lose, they will actually go to face the winner of, I believe it's going to be Waves and Memento Mori, but I will just have to double check for you guys. I will just double check that now, actually. So I make sure I've got the correct information. Yeah, they will go on to face the winner of Waves versus Memento Mori. So that's the game that we're expecting will happen next week. Obviously, we'll be showing that one on stream next week, I believe. So if Reliable Union lose here, they are not out of the running. They are still ready, raring to take a top 3 position here in the VGL Spring Split 1. But, that's not the kind of winning they'll want. They'll want to win here against Fluffy Chickens. And look, we've seen Fluffy Chickens multiple times. They have, without fail, always managed to make it to the very end of the VGL splits. They are one of the best teams that we have in VGL. And there's no surprise that they are sitting in the winners bracket along with Lemon and Lime, another incredibly strong team. What do you think needs to happen here, Humanist? I mean, actually, you were going to say something, so Humanist, take it away, my friend.
Well, yeah, I just didn't want to talk over you.
Oh no, don't, I'm letting you come in, buddy, because I had to invite someone to the lobby.
I was just gonna say I think they look stronger than they did in the past. You said Fluffy Chickens has been one of these top teams in the Challenger Series historically. Yeah, they have, but I just think they look like a different team here. Aeon, he's had experience up in the Vainglory 8 level. Ponchik has as well. Riorin, he's a great player. He's got a really good feel with these two players. So I'm really excited for this team. I think they could easily make it into the Vainglory 8 the way they're playing. And I don't see Reliable Union taking game 2 unless they come out here and play like a completely different team.
Well, we're into draft phase now, Humanist and Tasty. And it's going to be the Glaive ban initially here for Reliable Union. Fluffy Chickens now looking to respond. You imagine it's going to mean the Lyra is going to be prioritized here. And it is. There we go. First lock in. Koshka straight away. Has EU learnt something, Humanist? I think they have.
Looks like they've picked it up pretty well. And once again, this is Fluffy Chickens that grab it. So Reliable Union, well, Lyra's a very strong pick. They're not playing or drafting to the top level.
No,
I mean, Bacon, what's the stat right now on Koshka win rate for Vainglory 8?
The Koshka win rate in Vainglory 8 is, I believe it's against 13 or 14 wins with 1 loss. That 1 loss being in Europe, and the rest of all those wins being in North America.
So it's like 13 or 14-0 in North America.
Yes.
And yeah, it looked like Fluffy Chickens had a pretty good idea of how to play it in game 1. It'd be very similar here in game 2. We talked about what Lyra can do with the bright board to shut down the aggression that comes out of teams with gap closers and movement abilities, but this draft's almost done. I don't think it's enough.
Well, we'll find out, because we are heading into the game, which could potentially be the final game for Reliable Union up against Fluffy Chickens. Fluffy Chickens definitely looking dominant. Humanist, I think you were right. I think your analysis was very solid there. This team looks like it's not only improved from where they were, but they are looking like an almost, Vainglory 8 team at this point in time. And that means I'm going to hand it over to you two to guide us through this next game.
All right, thank you very much, Scoundrel, and everybody. You're here with Humanist and Tasty Bacon, ready to walk through this game. Game 2, Reliable Union need to really turn things up here. Interesting, Bacon. We might be seeing a CP Sky.
Very likely could be, as Sky is a pick that hasn't seen quite as much success as you might expect. It's still a very strong pickup, just hasn't really been working. I think a lot of teams have been playing it weaponed, though, and I feel like the Crystal Sky is still a bit stronger than the Weapon Sky, even with the little bit of love that she got in the last patch.
Oh yeah, look at that. 50% of a forward barrage miss, and Rio Rin's still gonna die here. You can't run away from Riku Meza. Gets that target lock move speed. Aeon will be able to clear up his backs and get out of there, but that's gonna be first blood going over to Riku Meza. Liko moves forward. Oi! They're going to be able to steal that back. Triumph there. And the mid actually went over to Axel. So very good job as here. They're going ahead and just trading back and forth. But this means Ponchik was able to move and clear out the full backs away from Reliable Union.
Yeah, very nice movement from the side of Fluffy Chickens. Despite giving up first blood, they're still going to be able to do pretty well in terms of the gold. But Reliable Union picking up the Ancient Treant. So that'll give them a nice little bonus for themselves.
Very nice indeed. Reliable Union definitely grouping here, trying to take advantage of numbers early on. I think if you are very strong. Like level 1 Sky is pretty decent if you get a target lock and damage out, coupled up with the Lyra. So they do a good job to go ahead and abuse that here. Means laners are going to get to their own business, bro. Reliable Union trying to get the mid. Actually, who did grab that? Rika Meza was able to grab it, but they've gotten dropped on. Uh-oh, forward barrage the wrong way. Lyra, you're in a bad position. This is going to be Ponchik and crew eating up that Lyra. Actually, Ren able to claim that kill, but Rika Meza able to get out of here, and this is going to be Kestrel farming up the whole time.
And that's another small strength of this guy is if you get into a bad position, you can throw out the forward barrage, and whoever's chasing you, all of a sudden, it kind of questions if they actually want to continue chasing you. So, Rika Meza able to get out of there alive, did steal away that mid-treant, but it was all that they were able to get. Giving up that kill obviously makes that not an ideal situation for the side of Reliable Union.
Well, Aeon's going to go ahead and TP back right now. He's picked up a couple components. Doesn't look like he's going to be going Aftershock first.
And it doesn't. Looks like maybe going to be looking for a Shatterglass or perhaps a Frostburn as first item. I don't want to see a Frostburn first coming out of Akashka, but the Shatterglass I think would be perfectly fine. Maybe even looking for a Broken Myth first item could be the plan for Aeon.
I wouldn't be against it if he picks up a couple crystal bits with it. Probably just a Shatterglass I'd be just fine with. Burst, I mean, Sky's so squishy. Kestrel's so squishy. If you can get on target, you're really just going to blow them up. Reliable Union are up in the lane as 3 right now, Bacon. Just trying to apply a little pressure onto Ponchik here. Some basics coming out of Lyra, but uh-oh, Aeon has jumped in from the bottom side. He's got pretty good damage out. Rika Meza trying to reposition. Ren, you're not a Lance there. Couldn't get anything done, and Ponchik just doesn't have the power to trade, so it's a nice kill going the way of Reliable Union. It looks like with this, Rika Meza might be going into the jungle. Nah, he's gonna just get a heal and hang out here. Ponchik gets some damage off onto Axles. Everybody is just trading onto this turret. Fluffy Chickens, they need to gather up here. They will get up here in time, but this is gonna be at least 50% damage down on that turret.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto the turret. That's clearly what Reliable Union wants to focus on, is getting that objective taken out. I think that may have been a little bit of a mistake. I think Rika Meza had a really good opportunity to get into the jungle, steal a lot of camps away, and put Aeon a little bit further behind. But they want the turret, so that's where they put all their focus. We'll see if that pays off for them.
To be fair, it seems like, you know, the top teams right now, this is their priority. Take that first turret down as fast as you can. Get the map control off of it, that little infusion of gold for your team. It seems to be working pretty well.
Yeah, I just feel like if you're not going to be able to get the turret, stealing away gold from your opponent's jungle is just a slightly better option. I mean, you can then always just, you know, look to use that gold advantage to win a fight later on and then take the turret, but oof, lots of damage coming out of this Kestrel.
Yeah, Axel. Oof, I haven't actually seen a weapon Kestrel hit like that in a while. Chunking through this Ringo, and now they're trying to get some damage onto the turret here. Ren, front laning for his team, does not have a fountain just yet. Yeah, Ponchik dropping real low. Aeon's gonna jump in, showing that they need to respect when Koshka's around, but Bacon, this is gonna be turret going down, so what's the call here from Fluffy Chickens?
I think Fluffy Chickens just need to try and get Aeon farmed up to that first item. Once the first tier 3 item from Koshka comes out, then maybe they can look for some fights along. I mean, same thing with Ilog. They both need to get a tier 3 item and then maybe look to try and pick a target off. We've already seen Aeon is doing a ton of damage when they jump in. It just hasn't really been fully coordinated with the rest of the team. Like, I don't think Ilog's been able to get damage onto the target that Aeon is looking to jump onto. And I feel like if they can do that, if they can just get that damage focus, they might be able to pick off a target.
See if they can find that focus that they need. It looks like Aeon's pivoting back to an Aftershock actually now. Not sure if that's what's going to be the call. Also, Ren going for that Protector contract here, game 1, game 2. That's pretty interesting. Obviously, he's feeling a lot of power coming out of this item.
Yeah, definitely. Especially in the early game. You know, it can help out quite a bit. It didn't really work out for them this game as they did give up first blood, but they're still going to be looking to make it work. I'm very curious by Aeon's itemization. Like you said, looks like now going for an Aftershock, but why delay it? Why build the heavy crystal first and then go into the Aftershock? I don't think that makes a ton of sense. I think you want to get that Aftershock completed as quickly as possible.
It makes me feel like he started building and then his team told him to build after shock or something like that.
Or maybe he started building expecting them to be able to like snowball a lead and then realized, oh, we haven't really been able to do that, so now I need to divert back to the aftershock.
Yeah, it could be any number of things really here. I find it interesting, the whole, there's a lot of, with the Protector contract and Dragon Blood contract in particular, that, like, it feels, you know, you have a more offensive captain like Fortress to snowball that, you get the Dragon Blood. And that's kind of like the mindset that I've kind of taken on it. And, you know, you have an Arden who can Vanguard someone and give them a Protector contract. Like, you kind of beef up and double down on that. But it's really interesting because, you know, you have the offense out of Fortress, but now he's taken this defensive item as well. It kind of brings a little bit of both worlds to the party.
Yeah, it's one of the decisions you have to make is, do you shore up your weaknesses, which for Fortress is the defensive capabilities, or do you just double down on your strengths, which is that aggression? You can see right now, this is going to be Reliable Union actually using minion candies to try and push in this next turret.
Reliable Union have really turned it up here in Game 2. Very, very strong performance so far. Let's see if Fluffy Chickens are going to be finding an engagement anytime soon. Aftershock completed, Sorrow Blade completed for Ponchik. They'll probably be building into that Breaking Point next, maybe some crit on top of that. We've been seeing that as kind of a pretty common build. Fluffy Chickens just kind of chasing Reliable Union, following them more like out of their jungle, just kind of making sure that they do make that clean exit.
And just escorting them to the door.
Exactly.
Turning around, cleaning up after them.
Like a good robot does.
Either way, Fluffy Chickens, I mean, they're still just farming up, still just looking to keep themselves close in this game. They are down by about 2k gold, thanks to that turret falling and a little bit of a CS lead.
Yeah, a little bit of a lead there. Net worth, I mean, it's not huge, but oh, there's a nice engage coming out of Fluffy Chickens. Not able to get the kill, but a lot of damage, and that's a self-fountain coming out of Liko, so pretty large advantage for Fluffy Chickens. Let's see if they can go ahead and abuse this advantage here. They're going to go ahead and drop down maybe a gold mine opportunity. I'm not sure what they're going to do. Maybe they need to grab some items here.
Gold mine would be super risky. It looks like they are just going to be finishing off some.
But how risky would it be? I mean, they're sitting on a fountain. Like, if a Reliable Union just had to burn their fountain. If they move forward, just jump on them. Uh-oh, Ponchik eats the one shot. Ren jumps onto Liko. Look at how the Twirling's over and massive damage comes out. Yummy Catnip Frenzy right on top of Axel. Axel taking a lot of damage, tries to stand his ground, can't do it. Double kill there for Ren, and that's going to be a gold miner. Bacon, you were saying?
I was going to say, you know, they went to the shop picking up some items, getting themselves into a position where they could fight if they had to. And Goldmine ends up going not over. They didn't even use Fountain. Yeah.
So,
I mean, they didn't have to use Fountain because they basically got 2 outright picks. As Ligo was just a little bit too far forward, couldn't get back to the rest of the team in time. And then the really nice Yummy Catnip Frenzy onto Axel in order to stop that Kestrel in her tracks, allow Elohawk time to rotate up and finish off that kill. It's actually the funny thing is all 3 of the kills for Fluffy Chickens have gone on to Ren.
Yeah, when I called the double kill in the fight, I was like, wait a second, that's not right.
I mean, a kill's a kill. Obviously, you do want to get that bonus gold onto your carries if possible, but I feel like it's just more important to make sure you actually get the kill in the first place.
Definitely agree with you on that point, Bacon. Rico Meza has picked up infusion. Actually, both Rico and Axel picking up fresh infusions here. Aeon had picked up his own a little bit further, and how quickly that will be timing out. But I think it's that last series of fighting, one shot's gonna miss. Really showed how powerful the Fluffy Chickens comp is, because they're on the back foot, they're on the back foot, they're on the back foot, can't do anything. Suddenly, they just turn the switch on, take 2 kills, and very quickly pull themselves right back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the gold. It was about a 2,000 gold lead or so for the side of Reliable Union. Now it has dwindled to just over 1,000. So definitely on the right track for Fluffy Chickens getting back into this game. Perhaps looking for another fight if they can catch anyone in a rotation. They're going to be focusing on just clearing out some of this vision for now. making sure that Reliable Union doesn't necessarily know their exact positions.
So important. I think we saw it last game when Idris was trying to chase down that Koshka, and she just stood her ground right on the edge of that bush. You walk in, just get burst down. So elements of surprise is a big deal here. Just knowing where your opponents are rotating from, a huge deal in any competitive match. I think Reliable Union doing a much better job this game. One of the things I see that I feel they're doing better is just rotating as a unit.
Yeah, definitely moving as one pretty consistently. Rio Ren every so often out on his own just as a scout, but only in positions where they know it's safe, where there's scout traps down, and they can tell that there are no opponents coming from. He's just holding the ground saying, okay, if they are going to come this way, we're going to have that little bit of advanced warning so that the team can get here. But they're giving the jungle farm to both carries. I love this move. Making sure that both those carries get the gold and the passive gold, but now Rio Ren could be a target.
Yeah, Rio Ren is a bit of a target. Took some pretty good damage. Reliable Union are going to clear out like 3,000 scout traps as they walk down towards the shop here. Well, they drop their own. They've got the vision. They're going to clear out basically all the vision around the middle area of this map. Very nice little rotation here from them.
Yeah, very nice movement indeed. Both teams, again, now starting to really clump up and stick together. That's actually one of the added bonuses to it, aside from just having a little bit of a safety net, is that you can fan out when you go into like these larger brushes in order to clear out the vision much quicker. You don't have to have one person.
You don't have to do that whole little triangle rotation around.
So now 13.5 minutes, getting closer and closer to Kraken spawning. This game is definitely stagnating a little bit with both of those tier 1 turrets going down. Neither team wants to go too far forward and get themselves out of position and get caught out. Keep an eye on infusions. Elohawk has one, the only player to currently have an infusion, although Riku Meza has one in the inventory.
Nice call out on that, sitting on in the inventory. He's got pretty good items right now. Hellfire Brew is going to come through, but hello, Rio Ren just gets melted before his team can get in position. That was a bit of a misfire there. Now Reliable Union on to the chase. So what's going to happen here? Ford Barrage off the mark. He couldn't really get a target lock, and now they drop down to the safety. That Crystal Sentry. Crystal Sentry backs them up pretty well. This Reliable Union switches over to the turret here. Aeon and Ponchik trying to do their best to get damage out, but turret is down. They can't really stand their ground and fight here. Reliable Union doing a pretty good job to take an objective off the map.
Yeah, and that was just Rio Ren jumping in, getting stunned, and just chunked down as a result. I was able to get the attack off to try and stall a little bit longer, but just was not able to have the durability. Rio Ren stealing the gold miner.
Rio Ren, he's in the building and he's feeling himself.
Making up for that previous play.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good job there. Nice call. Yeah, I mean, with all that damage coming out, you have to be pretty on point to steal that off. Good job. And I got to say, that's a big mistake coming out of Reliable Union, especially, they have that bright bulwark out of the Lyra. They can just stand forward with that and completely shut down that ability.
Well, either way, that gold going over to Fluffy Chickens was definitely important. As again, they were starting to slip behind in the gold, but in that final gold payout, the only gold payout of the game that was picked up.
Was that the only one? Wow.
Yep.
Yep. Fluffy Chicken's gonna drop down, pick up some items here. See what they're gonna grab. Fresh Infusion on Ponchik here. He's got his Tyrant's Monocle completed. Boots are ready to be activated. Everything really coming together for both of these teams. Very, very strong power spikes they're hitting here.
Yeah, Aeon needs a little bit more gold to hit their last really strong power spike of finishing off the Broken Myth. But they have that now, and now Fluffy Chickens should be ready to fight as they look to go in.
Bright Bulwark was late. Liko taking a lot of damage, but Aeon, he gets hit with that active camo as they try to jump forward. You see the forward barrage coming out as they kite backwards. Rikumez, you can't come too far forward. Hellfire Brew comes through. Reliable Unit trying to get back. They lose one. They actually trade the Koshka for that Kestrel. Rikumez jumps forward. I don't know about that Surrey strike, buddy. Arcane passes very defensively out of Liko as Rio Ren and Ponchik try to chase. Can't get on the target. A little bit of a bloodbath there, and it felt like Sky could have done a little bit better if she didn't jump right back in.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely both sides had a couple things that looked like they could have been done a little bit better, but it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. Hawk and Ryu Ren both very low though, so I didn't want to try and push the issue. I feel like they may have been able to take that turret if they had gone for it, but again, very risky, not wanting to take that chance. And so they just back off, clear out the jungle a bit, and look for another fight after. Because now they've got the gold once more, down to 1,000 gold differential. They are still behind, but they are fighting very well. I want to point out, though, Axel's build path on this Kestrel. This is not a typical weapon Kestrel build.
I like it. Do you like it?
I kind of like it. I want to see it a little bit more in practice before I really like it. Oh, Liko!
Oh, Liko! What are you doing?
Do that.
Oh, man. Meat shield much? One shot connects onto Ponchik, but I'm sure he doesn't care. As the
Liko
fluffy
had
chickens.
flares in his inventory too, and just.
And he has an
decided to
Imperial
face
Sigil
check.
that he can throw forward.
I don't know. It's just a lapse of judgment there from the captain of.
But that's all it takes, Bacon. I mean, let's
Yep.
point this out to the viewers. Like, you can be a good team. You can play through round after round after round, but you decide to face check a bush because you lose focus on the game. Well, that's what's going to keep you from being in the Vainglory 8.
And it very likely could. I mean, well, it won't just yet. This is winner's bracket still, so they do have to lose a second time to be eliminated if they don't win this game here. As right now, Fluffy Chicken is looking to push in with Kraken.
Yeah, Rhea Rin jumped forward, took a lot of damage in return as Reliable Union just lit him up. Kraken's going to be marching forward as Aeon looks to find a target here. Kraken taking pretty good damage, though. Reliable Union need to be careful, though. Liko on the front line for his team. We knew what happened last time. Attack of the Back has come out here. Fluffy Chickens just fighting around the edges as Ponchik's just taking pot shots onto this choke point turret. It should go down. I think the Kraken will as well, so they'll probably both fall. No, it's actually going to stay alive. Lot of damage coming out here. Did that one shot? No, that was going to miss.
No, I think it maybe hit Hawk.
He looked a little lower than where it came through.
He may have missed. Either way, it doesn't matter. Even if it did hit, he's going to be healed up before another fight comes out. So, not really going to be any sort of impact from that. The ultimate's going to be available for Kestrel again as well, and just.
Oh, Liko gets jumped on. Very defensive arcane passage. Enrique Meza could have gotten trolled out and sucked right back into battle there. Luckily, he was aware of his positioning. And Fluffy Chickens are just going to rotate as a unit. Reliable Union doing the same thing. As the lanes being cleared out here. Both teams fighting for a dominant positioning here. Fluffy Chickens have control over the Tri-Brush. It's a Crucible picked up here out of Rhea Rin. And just looking for the engage. Who's going to be the target? That death from above, nice job there. Crucible's going to be popped early in the fight. Axel gets jumped on. It's Rhea Rin. And the Yummy Cat comes through and blocked off with a Hellfire Brew. There's a lot of damage, Kestrel. It doesn't matter that they blocked that off. They can continue to chase their bacon. Liko's going to go down as well as he's just zoned away from his team. Way too much damage. Way too much chase and move speed.
Oh, actually, Aeon could be in some trouble. Riku Meza.
Do it! Pull the trigger! Get a triple kill! Rika Meza! You want to go to the losers bracket? Or do you want to be a god?
Oh, man.
Wasn't that an opportunity? What would Redix have done? What would Redix have done, Bacon? Talk to me.
Oh, that was... there's an opportunity there for sure, but when you're behind, when you're playing one game down and you're not in the lead in game number 2,
nope.
Sometimes you just end up not making the sort of plays that you might normally take, playing a little bit more passively, playing a little more cautiously.
That's what separates the top players from the not so top players. Right there. You go. When you smell blood, you go. You get that kill, man. That's why you would never see Von C not go for that. You would never see Leon not go for that. You would never see Redix not go for that play. Like that's what separates the top players.
Yeah, absolutely.
In my mind, I mean, it's opinion based, right? Let's see.
I mean, it is. It's opinion based, but I agree with it. I feel like, you know, being able to make those calls in those situations. Oh, Lico.
Bold move, Cotton. They go through I think it was the Atlas he tried to get off there. It didn't get off. Ren taking a lot of damage as Reliable Union tried to kite backwards here. They also have to deal with this Kraken and Aeon. He jumps forward. It looks like Lico might fall. Lico does go down. Now it's Rikumeza and Axel in a 2 versus 3 situation. Plus the Kraken. Ren jumps forward. Oh, nice forward barrage damage. Looks like it's going to signal Fluffy Chickens to back off of this one. Sponchik actually moves back in. They don't have their fountain here. There's your attack of the pack as they jump forward. They're not going to commit onto Ren. Just forward barrage damage from range here. There's Yummy Cannon Frenzy. It's blocked off. A Suri strike back. They lose 1, but they've lost their Sky. Kraken's still alive. Axel, just go kill. Oh, just smoke that Ringo. Just go get him. And they're gonna let him go. Aeon's gonna TP out the back. 1 shot, 1 miss, and the Elegiggle forehead.
Oh.
Not like this, Failfish.
It really does just feel like Reliable Union is playing scared right now. I think they're just very passive, very much not playing as cleanly as we have seen them play in the past. I think the pressure is maybe just getting to them a little bit. They're unwilling to go in, although Lico definitely not being affected by it. Lico jumping right into the middle of the team, trying to get that Atlas Pauldron off. It didn't quite connect, like you said, and I think that was a large factor towards Fluffy Chickens being able to win that fight.
I mean, he can do that. Like, he can jump in with Arcane Passage to Atlas's opponents if his team is ready to follow immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's how I feel about it. I'm perfectly fine with it. But communicate it with your team. Have them standing right behind you. So when you Arcane Passage, they just have to take 1 little step forward, and then they're sucked through the passage. Drop a death from above right where you're standing and go to town. But that was not the case. It felt like Lico knew what he was doing and his team didn't.
Yeah. Or that he just, you know, saw an opportunity, said he was going for it, didn't get confirmation from the team and went for it, and the team was just a little bit late to react, but here we go.
Here's your attack of the pack as Aeon moves forward. The Hellfire Brew came out already. Lico taking a lot of damage. The fountain's been burned early here. Sky is just trying to find that forward barrage damage onto the Ringo, but Ringo kiting back as Aeon. He's onto the Lyra. Lyra is down. They've also lost their Kestrel. And this is Rikumeza against the world here. 2 versus 1 situation. Rikumeza, you have the advantage. Go get him. Get him, Captain. Suri strikes forward. He gets 1. Do it. Rikumeza on the jump forward. The pouncing fun. And it is the Koshka at the end of the day, but my goodness. You know what? He took a chance.
He took a chance. He got a lot of damage down. Aeon very nearly falling, but the dodginess, the speed of the Koshka proved to be just a little bit too much. Aeon was able to avoid a lot of the forward barrage and able to pick up the ace and will be able to pick up the game. Oh, what a great fight from Reliable Union here against Fluffy Chickens, but Fluffy Chickens, they are a very, very strong team. They pick this one up 2-0.
Oh, feels good for Aeon. Just clean that up there. He could have done that with 1 hand at the end, just tapping around, having a drink of water, just chilling. Very good fight at the end on both sides. They did a pretty good job just trading back and forth. At the end, though, Fluffy Chickens, I think, just 1 notch above this Reliable Union squad right now.
Yeah, and I mean, well, Fluffy Chickens, they obviously want to be 1 notch above all of their opponents as they look to get into the top 3. And, well, they've done it. They are going to be in the top 3. With this victory, they are guaranteed a spot in the challenge battles. It is now just a matter of where in those challenge battles they lie, because obviously being first, you get your choice of Vainglory 8 teams of the bottom 3 to face in your challenge battle. That is a massive privilege to have for the number 1 seeded challenger team.
Well, there's one guy 1 notch above us currently hosting us, and maybe he can break that down for us.
Yeah, that was a really tough game to see for Reliable Union, because it felt like they were finally getting control of things once more. But wasn't quite the case. What a game, though. I mean, to bring that back, to find their way back in there for Fluffy Chickens. Well, what was it exactly, guys? Tasty Bacon, what was it exactly that brought this team back into the running?
I think it was just really smooth team play, really cohesive. There were a couple times where we mentioned Reliable Union, not necessarily looking like they were firing on all cylinders, like a little bit uncoordinated. Not so much uncoordinated, but just not moving at the same time. That never really seemed to be the case for Fluffy Chickens for the most part. I think they do such a good job of communicating with each other, and it really shows in the way they play.
Absolutely. Now, we've got another game coming up shortly, but I'm just going to show you guys the playoff bracket, and as we stand after that series, Fluffy Chickens with that dominant victory there, they launched themselves into the winners bracket final. And then Reliable Union, you'll see them down there in the losers bracket round 2. They're going to be facing the winner of Waves and Memento Mori. Now, we're going to cut to a very small break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll have another game ready and raring to go. We're going to have Lemon and Lime going up against Fnatic Gaming. So it's going to be really, really good game. So keep your eyes peeled for that one. And we'll be back very, very shortly. Bacon and Humanist will be there to take you through all of the series tonight. We have 4 series. Oblivion, Lost, after Vain Guardian after that. And then Waves and Memento Mori following that. So, be there very, very shortly, guys. See you soon.
Shadows fall over my heart. I black out the moon. I wait for you to come around. You got me dancing in the dark. I close my eyes, but I won't sleep tonight. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out. Oh. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black out, black everything, black everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, black. In a nocturnal state of mind, children of the night, but it's the only way of life. It's black holes pulling me inside of this black heart, the black soul underneath this black sky. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out. Oh. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black out, black everything, black everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, black. Baby, you should come with me. Me and you and me. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black key. Talk to me honestly. I'm here. I'm here. Talk to me. I'm here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to get into the draft phase between Lemon and Lime and Fnatic Gaming. I had to just re-invite Tasty Bacon as I think he is ready to go. And we're just going to double check. Gentlemen, you are expecting a good... I mean, we've got Fnatic Gaming going up against Lemon and Lime here. We know Lemon and Lime very well, Humanist. What are we expecting from them? And is this another team that we expect to be really dominant, just like we saw Fluffy Chickens do?
I expect them to do pretty well. I legit don't know if they're going to execute on the level of Fluffy Chickens.
No, I mean, Fluffy Chickens did look absolutely fantastic. I'm just going to make sure the teams are ready for draft. So, Humanist and Tasty Bacon, why don't you talk about what, what is makes Lemon and Lime, a good team, with Mr. K Cool especially up for all these big players. What do you think they're going to be looking for in the draft phase? Or if anything, because I'm trying to get this to the lobby ready, my friends.
But no, for Lemon and Lime, I mean, they're obviously just a team of well-known names. They're players that have had experience at the top level before and are really hungry to get back there. I'm really looking forward to this semifinal, though, because Fnatic Gaming, I haven't had a chance to actually see them play yet. And they are going to be... they are a team that did knock off the number 3 seeded Waves, which is a very strong team. So Siska and Bongwabu on that squad, but it's they were able to take them down in a best of 3, and so this Fnatic Gaming squad obviously has a lot of talent there as well. Looking forward to see what sort of fight they bring to Lemon and Lime.
Absolutely. Now, we are into the draft phase. Kestrel banned away here by Lemon and Lime. Also, rather, Fnatic, actually, they're on the wrong side. I've got to quickly just sort the draft phase out. Sorry, 1 second, and I'll just get that draft. Sorry, wrong sides.
Rip.
Yeah, rip me. Gentlemen, so Kestrel ban coming through. Why was that?
I am not in a draft right now.
Okay, I'll just re-invite you.
I'm going to restart then, because it showed that I was in the lobby.
Sure, and I'll just make sure everything's ready to go. So, yeah, I mean, that was an interesting first ban there by Fnatic Gaming. What do you think that was about there, Tasty Bacon? I mean, is that...
I think it's the fear of the early game strength that Kestrel brings.
Yeah.
The Glimmer shots just do so much damage regardless of what build path you do. If your opponent is accurate, it can just really melt you down. But now we get these team swaps. Who knows? We might see different bans come out. We might see the same thing. But, I mean, hey, having teams on the wrong side of the draft, definitely a lesser problem than being muted. So it's a step up.
Yeah. At least I've sorted it now. I've now been given the extra role that Tomek usually does, or Blueberries usually does. I'm just double checking everything's ready to go. I have to I'm sorting the lobby out as well. Now, gentlemen, I'm just making sure that the players are ready to make sure everything's ready to go. I think someone's just left chat. Humanist, are you okay? You've just left chat.
I didn't leave. I'm not there though.
Yeah, just making sure that I want Humanist to be in the game, so I'm just going to make sure that we are ready to go. So, I mean, Tasty Bacon, this is Mr. K-Cool as well. He's looking for his return to the sort of the Vainglory. He's looking for his return to the high levels, because we've seen him perform, at live championships before, and now he's in the Challenger series. But he's been doing incredibly well with this team, Lemon and Lime. Do you think this is a good shot for him to make it back?
I think it absolutely is. I mean, they're the #1 seed for a reason. definitely looking like one of the strongest teams coming into this tournament. There's been a couple of lineups that have given them a little bit of trouble, but obviously having made it this far without any major slip-ups, they're here as a team that has won every single one of their matchups. And again, one victory away from guaranteeing themselves a spot in the challenge battles. This is where everyone that started 64 teams at the start wanted to be here. Actually, technically even more than that, because more than 64 teams signed up. Only 64 were selected. And now they're going to be having their chance to get their opportunity to try and earn their way into the Evil 8, or Vainglory 8.
Right, I think we're ready. Everybody on the right side. Draft will be completely reset, by the way, so you won't see the Kestrel ban, just because obviously draft strategies for teams will change depending on which side. We might see it still, but yeah, draft strategies will generally change depending on which team is on A side and which team is on B side. So everything all ready and good to go. Teams on the right sides. Humanist is in the lobby. I hope he's in draft. And it's going to be the Fortress ban first. Yeah, Humanist, you've confirmed that you were in draft. That's fantastic. And the Kestrel ban will remain the same.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I know we have Lemon and Lime. What is their opponent's name? Because I don't have this information in front of me.
It's Fnatic Gaming.
This is Fnatic,
but not that Fnatic. It's another.
Dude, I have such a hard time reading through these tournament brackets. I can't. I just get lost in there. It's like a spider web. But anyway, so yep. Okay, we're in Adagio and Lyra getting through. Interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, typically, if one of them is not banned on the first ban, they're both going to get through, so that each team can have an opportunity to pick up one of them. But it's going to be the Adagio and the Glaive. It's another one of those very strong combos we've been seeing a lot of.
Yeah, it definitely is. Very strong. The Glaive, I absolutely love it with the Adagio here. We'll see if it's going to be, going with that common utility Glaive build we've seen. We've seen a little bit more weapon Glaive coming back into the mix.
And especially with an Adagio, can do some serious work, but Kroll going to be the pickup for the side of Lemon and Lime, along with an Arden. Now, I assume this is going to be the Captain Arden with a carry Lyra in the lane, and that sets up Kroll for a lot of success early, because he's going to have so much slow coming out from that Lyra that he can then build on top of with his own slowing. It's going to be pretty rough for whoever they pick in the lane, and it is going to be a Baron for the side of Fnatic.
Like to see the Baron come out here. And
well, you do. I mean, North America love Barons, so it's something you guys have been playing a bit more than we have. Although
I think Condor plays it better than anybody, though.
Maybe. I mean, Artemis Grace has been playing it very well as well, obviously, from the times that we've seen him. But, gentlemen, draft has been run through. We are finally into the first game between Lemon and Lime and Fnatic Gaming, which is where I leave it back to you two wonderful, beautiful men to take us through this first game.
All right, that is just Scoundrel's opinion. Nobody else has ever said that about us before. Nice to hear.
I've gotten it from Jaws as well, so I'm starting to think maybe there's some truth to it.
He just calls me
people in the UK just like lying to me. One of the
boy.
Two.
He just calls me boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Back to the boys. Oh man, I would sound better if it was Bacon and the boys instead of Jackson and the boys.
It flows off the tongue a little bit better, but you know, I'm not the host, so
I think we could pivot you into that position just so it sounds better.
Either way, getting to the action at hand, Lemon and Lime looking to move in aggressively as 3.
And they are doing so. They'll be able to take that mid away. And as expected, with this Baron on the side of Fnatic, they're actually not able to really contest that. So no harm, no foul. And this should be Lemon and Lime securing up the Elder Treant as well. They move as a unit. They take it. Very clean early rotation.
One thing to note, though, was those back camps for Fnatic Gaming. All of them went to Lane King on this Baron, maybe looking to get that power farm.
Greymaker jumps forward. They're trying to get the damage onto Apfel. Apfel, gotta get back, bud. One more attack. He's gonna go down. Gets the Vanguard. He's out of there. Lemon and Lime just in time. Looks like Class King. What, we got a Class King and a Lane King here?
Yeah.
What's the Class King?
I don't know. I don't know what a class is.
Class King. Okay. Oh, he's hanging out here with Baron. Keiko's going to make the rotation in from jungle. Get up his passive and just be a threat there. The flare was out. They knew he was there. He'll take that as a sign. Just get back down into the jungle. Go ahead and farm it up. Kroll's someone that can easily just take that Elder Train by himself, huh?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Kroll has plenty of lifesteal thanks to the Spectral Smite, and even then later on in the game, once the gold mine is up and the Kraken spawns later on, Kroll can solo those out as well. You see, taking on this Ancient Treant and really staying at just about full health. Mr. Keiko will just smite that down, pick up a little bit extra gold. Up in the lane though, it's going to be all 3 members of Fnatic maybe looking for another play.
Yeah, Fnatic, they're just kind of flexing their position, their number advantage here. Well, you got the Glaive, you got the Adagio, they have to respect that. They're waiting for that engage, but Apfel just hanging out. They might not know that he doesn't have the Bright Bulwark, and maybe that's why Greymaker didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, I very well could be. Or maybe just not feeling they had the angle to get onto him, or also not knowing exactly where Kroll is may have deterred them a little bit. But for now, Lane King having a pretty sizable CS lead, 33-17. Obviously going to be very happy with those results at the moment.
Yeah, this is really, really good for him. I mean, you mentioned the farm that he got out of the jungle on their first rotation, but not even that. It's not that easy to last it on Lyra out of the lane early. I mean, if you're picking it and you're playing it at a high level in a competition, you would expect that they should be able to, but even then, it's not ideal.
Exactly. And right now, they do have the lane in a great spot. They may want to try and hold it here for a bit, and this would be ideal, but Apfel is actually going to start farming it out pretty quickly. So I guess just wanting to make sure it doesn't get up underneath the turret where it becomes even harder to farm. Lane King, Greymaker, and Class King looking to, again, just put pressure onto Apfel in the lane, just trying to keep this Lyra from being able to get farmed.
Doing a very good job so far. And Lyra under-farmed, Lyra under pressure, doesn't typically have a very strong impact in games, and she needs to be able to get those items up, fight from range. We'll see if I think Apfel's a guy who should stay mentally strong through even being behind here in the early game.
Well, hopefully, if you've made it this far in the challenger bracket, you can generally have that sort of mentality that you need to carry yourself through a rough start. They look to get some damage on the Class King. I'm really interested in seeing what the build path is going to be for this Kroll. Has a looking like the Breaking Point first item at the moment. Not a build path that we're particularly fans of.
Breaking Point, I just don't like it as your first item here, but early on doesn't really matter as Class King just gets lit up. That Kroll was on top of target. He had the slow, the damage was there, the Vanguard followed, just absolutely burst him down.
And Greymaker, maybe a little bit of mistimed aggression there, as right as Mr. Keiko came in onto Class King, Greymaker afterburned forward in the lane, ended up knocking Ghost back towards them. So not only is it maybe mistimed, but also not exactly the target you want to be looking for with that afterburn either.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty important for them to control vision around the middle part of this map, especially up in the lane. You're going against a Kroll, like you can't allow anybody to be engaged on by surprise.
Well, 1 kill to 0, 5.5 minutes in. Lemon and Lime looking to catch up on this gold differential. Again, largely grown because of the 72 to 42 CS difference on these two laners. Lane King definitely living up to his name at the moment. They put a scout trap in that top rush, just like you were mentioning. You don't want to be ambushed, don't want to be taken by surprise. So putting scout traps up in the top and in the mustache bush, definitely very important, especially with someone like a Baron. Look at that damage.
Damn! Can someone check the game clock? Is it really at 6.5 minutes? Because though this Baron though, 84 last hits. This is a hyper carry. Fnatic Gaming looking really good here. This comp's coming together. Ion Cannon's gonna come down. This should be a turret dropping very soon as Keiko has to get super aggressive to try and deny their ability to take this turret down. They've delayed it for, I don't know, maybe another 10 seconds or so. It's definitely gonna drop. Lemon and Lime totally on the back foot.
Absolutely. Again, Fnatic Gaming, this is what we haven't really seen much of. A number 10 seed in the top 8, already playing above their seeding, but like I said, they took down the number 3 seed. They're fighting well against Lemon and Lime. Gold Mine gonna get stolen.
Oh, Apfel making the plays, gets in there. The sigil plus some basic attacks. There's the damage. Lemon and Lime decide to turn it up a couple notches. And, well, that's Fnatic just having everything go against them.
And just like that, despite picking up the first turret, Lemon and Lime, they actually have a small gold lead as they look to keep this pressure on.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, I think they have enough time. This turret should be dropping. This is gonna be a gold mine, a turret, plus 2 kills out of that engagement. Absolutely massive.
And that is why Lemon and Lime is the number 1 seed. We literally just said they're playing on the back foot. They were, playing from behind. All of a sudden, over the course of a minute and a half, that has been completely flipped. Now Lemon and Lime looking like their team that are going to be trying to take control.
Yeah, they look really good. Keiko also sitting on an infusion, so he can go ahead and pop that if he feels that he needs to. Once again, they're doing this rotation bacon, we've been big fans of, which is you send the laner, the jungler through, clear that out, Ghost holds the lane. So all that farm's going on to your core players, and it's starting to come together very well for them.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can keep it up. Baron is still very strong. I mean, this is two items at 8.5 minutes for this Baron. That's just going to continue ramping up. But Fnatic Gaming need to be careful that they don't give too many opportunities to Lemon and Lime, because Lemon and Lime just showed you give them the slightest hint of an opportunity and they are going to take it and then some.
Well, what was so clean about it is, Apfel definitely, it's hard to say that he's the playmaker on this team because they have K-Cole. But I think he probably takes a little more risks than K-Cole, but they're both playmakers. But Apfel, he's willing to take these risks, so he just arcane passages in, drops a bright bulwark, and just goes to town on Baron. Baron can't jump jet away immediately, and so then Kroll can close the gap and get on top of him. It works really well. I like this pick, this Lyra pick for Apfel.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's also impressive is the fact, we talked about Lane King having such a big CS lead, being at 2 items. Apfel is now caught up in items, despite being behind the CS because of all the other gold or the income they're receiving.
Oh, defensive jump jets. Fnatic has to go ahead and get themselves into a safer position here as Lemon and Lime really starting to take control. K-Cool and Ghost are going to go ahead and sit over here. Just waiting for a straight target to wander a little too far. Look at the harass. Just the max range coming out of these Lyra attacks. Then he'll throw the sigil forward. You have to respect this. At any moment, Ghost could throw a gauntlet. We could see that From Hell's Heart come forward. They could honestly probably drop both of those right now and just smoke the Adagio in like half a second. Then you have to worry
be careful about that focus though, because Lane King, we've seen now the damage he can put out onto Apfel in a hurry. But here they go.
There we go. From Hell's Heart, they're gonna afterburn and backwards. You can feel that didn't really have the synergy I was imagining coming out of Lemon and Lime, but they're standing their ground. K-Cool, he's gonna go down. Greymaker with the afterburn forward, looking for a target. He's gonna find a stun into Apfel. Lane King jumps forward. Arcane passage out of Apfel as he gets himself out of that one. What? But what? Maybe I lagged there. I thought Baron was on the other side of that arcane passage when when Apfel died. Did you see?
Oh, yeah, I think you may have, because it was the arcane passage came through. Greymaker actually followed him through, picked up the kill, got the setup for Lane King to then come through the passage and pick up the kill. And just like that, I mean, we were looking for that synergy between the Gauntlet and the From Hell's Heart. Gauntlet was never thrown. And I feel like that kind of really made that an awkward situation for Lemon and Lime. No Gauntlet thrown. Really quick reaction from Greymaker as soon as Mr. K-Cool tried charging forward. A very quick afterburn to knock him back away and allowed Class King to then get to safety. Fountain being used along with the healing. They were able to keep themselves all alive and put Lemon and Lime in a really awkward position.
Yeah, I mean, Lemon and Lime put themselves in an awkward position. That was very poorly played. Hopefully they can clean it up here. Class King taking some damage. There's your Gauntlet. It's going to go down. The jump jet's out of it. Lane King turns around, gets a couple attacks off. A couple breaking point stacks for him. Tyrant's Monocle is completed. He'd like to get a little more crit, probably be working with an Infusion. Speaking of Infusion, K-Cool, about 3/4 of the way through his... I'm sure they're probably hoping they can take advantage of that before it times out.
Craymaker sniffing for a play on the bottom side here, but gonna get spotted out with that flare. And so nothing is going to come from this. Lemon and Lime still the ones that are playing more aggressively, still the ones that are trying to posture up and look for opportunities. But thus far, Fnatic Gaming has been doing a great job of answering when they have the chance. They actually do have the gold edge for now, but this game has been very close thus far through the first 12.5 minutes. It's kind of been, whichever team takes that first aggressive step seems to actually lose out on the fight more often than not thus far.
Yeah, but I'm not even going to cut him any slack. It's been super sloppy when Lemon and Lime were taking the first step there, minus that gold mine fight. Like that engage, the last couple engages just didn't feel clean. You have amazing tools. These players are better. Uh-oh. Nice arcane passage out of there. Apfel took a lot of damage. Jump jets forward. Baron looking for target. He's on to Ghost now. The Atlas Pauldron actually went off onto Fnatic there. Apfel tries to stand his ground. The Ion Cannon comes through. Baron's going to go down. Now K-Cool is just on target. He can choose whoever he wants. It looks like Adagio is who they are going to go for. The Sigil comes in. A little bit of move speed boost. And Adagio should be dropping. Glaive will get out of here. But Lemon and Lime taking the fight.
I like the decision to go onto the Adagio there. Much easier to stick to an Adagio than it is to stick to a cooldown Glaive. Get that afterburn up so frequently. But now Graymaker may want to look for a steal. This is super risky.
He's hanging in there. Graymaker. Well, he has an afterburn out of this. From Hell's Heart will follow. Connects. The Sigils there. 1-2 combo from Apfel. That's going to be a kill on top of the gold payout. Very good for Lemon and Lime.
Yeah, super risky play from Graymaker, but I don't blame him for taking it. You have a Storm Crown, you're a Glaive. A lot of damage you can put out to try and steal that gold mine away. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do so, and then on the retreat was a little bit late on the reflex block, so he got stunned up by the From Hell's Heart. Ends up spelling another death. Kills now for the side of Lemon and Lime. And yeah, they've brought this back even once more.
Yeah, it's very close to the net worth here. And while Baron had that massive early advantage, they didn't really capitalize on it, but it secured his late game here. Double Tyrants completed. All he's really needing right now is an Infusion, and he's pretty much good to go. It'd be nice for him to have a Reflex, but doesn't necessarily need it because the jump jets are overdriven.
I think he's going to be looking to pick up a Reflex after this Infusion comes out. He has the health item there. So very likely going to be turned into a Reflex block, but I think the Infusion definitely more important at this current stage of the game with Kraken spawning. Here we go.
Ghost 83 takes a little bit of damage. He's trying to frontline for his team there. Fnatic Gaming just looking for that pick. You said Graymaker sniffing out an afterburn earlier. I thought that was a really good way to put it. This really is what he's doing. He's just kind of poking his head around looking for a vulnerable target. They're on to Apfel. He's stunned up. An Arcane Passage out. It's quite so hard to engage onto the Lyra there. A couple attacks come through, just smashing this Kroll. I think the first attack actually splashed onto all of Lemon and Lime there. Remember, Baron's basics do hit in that area of effect. If teams are clumped up, it can be devastating. They're going to start up this Kraken. Lemon and Lime going to be forced to make a decision here soon, Bacon. Lane King.
The decision is to try and contest.
From Hell's Heart, connects onto Lane King. He jumps jets backwards. The Kroll wants it. The Gauntlet's actually going to connect as well. Kraken still fighting. Ion Cannon comes through. Look at this very defensive move from Fnatic, but they left their Adagio on the backside. He lives through it. Can't believe it. And Crystal Sentry not quite in range to get in there and make some get some work done, but Apfel Arcane Passage with the Bright Bulwark. It was a nice play. He's trying to make it happen. Fountain comes out of Lemon and Lime. They're going to trade back and forth. The Afterburn knocks Keiko back. Crystal Sentry's here. Lane King's got the damage, and he's got Aphel Greymaker with the stun. They take it too. Lemon and Lime are falling apart. Ghost, one more basic. He should go down. Jump Jets forward. Lane King just needs vision. Lane King? Okay, got him. That's the ace. Uh-oh.
And Lemon and Lime just... I feel like that was way too aggressive of a call for them to make. Yes, Aphel was very healthy. He was the only one that was. The other two were very low. And then, of course, the gusto to go for that Bright Bulwark, the Arcane Pass Bright Bulwark play. I like it, but you got to make sure there's a target there when you go for it. There's nobody around. Ends up looking a little bit foolish, and as a result, the ace comes through. Fnatic Gaming pick up the Kraken, and with this Baron fully online, 4 items completed, a fresh infusion, and a reflex block. This is going to be very difficult for Lemon and Lime to take down.
This is a very easy play. You Arcane Passage onto Baron, Bright Bulwark, and everybody follows the names Baron. Like, that's the play. There should be nothing else happening. I mean, do you see another way of taking this fight for Lemon and Lime? What would you like to see?
If someone isn't massively overextended, then yeah, that's really their best bet. They're gonna be hanging back, looking to poke down this Kraken, but look at this Kraken's taking almost no damage.
Now, you can't allow Baron to start hitting you before you get into the fight. It's like they're just sitting here poking. You're not gonna win a poke battle with Baron. All right, what's the call? Gauntlet is down. Baron is stunned up. Keiko on top of his target. Lane King taking a lot of damage. Lane King's down. Lemon and Lime there have the advantage. 3 versus 2 here. Glaive's isolated on the backside. And it's Class King trying to keep him alive a little bit longer. The verse is going to come through. Kraken's still very healthy. Glaive has not fallen. Keiko, he'll go for him. He'll get the kill. Adagio doing his best to get damage onto the Vein Crystal here. And Kraken should go down before it's able to clean up this Vein Crystal, but Lemon and Lime have put themselves in a very, very tough situation.
Are they going to be able? I can't. Okay, I couldn't see the Kraken's health because Arden's health bar was blocking it, so I actually wasn't sure how low it was. But they are able to stop the Kraken before she takes the crystal. But like you said, extremely precarious situation. Ghost actually still has 2 full item slots open in his inventory that he has filled with vision. While it's great that they're going to get a lot of vision down, especially with an exposed Vein Crystal, it means that Ghost is pretty heavily behind in terms of actual items completed. Does have the Atlas Pauldron and a metal jacket. Atlas Pauldron for Mr. K-Cool as well. So they are going all in on trying to shut down Lane King. Hasn't worked thus far until that last fight. If they can do it, though, if they can get onto Lane King and keep him from being able to just blow them up and get those stacks, they can win this one out. Fresh infusion picked up.
I just disagree with the item choice to get the metal jacket because it feels like their fight is all in immediately onto Baron. And so why do you need to be tanky? Why is Baron going to be attacking you if you're all the way onto him? I'd rather see a null wave gauntlet complete here. I think you could use it on the Baron so he can't then block out the From Hell's Heart, or potentially reflex through the gauntlet wall, or depending if it would feel better to put it on the Adagio at that time, it would work. But speaking of, Adagio's completed its own.
Let's see where they go. Here we come. The fight starting.
Gauntlet's down. K-Cole tries to get on target, but the jump jet's back. Where's Lane King? He got the positioning advantage. Ion Cannon's going to be coming through very, very defensively. Fnatic able to disengage. Flares come through from both teams. They're just trying to find their target. Aphel, he sees Lane King. Once again, jump jets backwards. K-Cole takes a little bit of damage up in the front side of his team. Vanguard's going to be on cooldown in about 5 seconds. They're going to have to fight around that. I think Vanguard's pretty crucial as you look to get on target here. Lemon and Lime need to be careful. Lane King jumps forward, just looking for a target. There's a couple basics come through. 4 breaking point stacks off of like 2 attacks there. Now K-Cool, he's on the target, but the Verse Judgment's going to come through. Stuns out 2. They've turned. Baron got the Lyra. Aphel is down. Now it's K-Cool and Ghost, and they cannot do it. The Fountain's going to come out. Can they? Did I say they couldn't do it early? Too early? Are they going to live through this? No, they can't. They can't do it. And Lemon and Lime will be falling in game 1. Bacon, you said we haven't got to see these teams too much. I personally don't know. I don't think I've seen Fnatic play once.
No,
And
this is the first time that I've seen Fnatic.
It would have been hard for me to call this game against Lemon and Lime, but wow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lemon and Lime #1 seed for a reason. They have lost a couple of games here and there, but they've always managed to overcome and win the series. Their backs are going to be up against the wall, though. Fnatic Gaming, this squad, the 10th seed, coming out of nowhere, taking a lot of teams by surprise, and able to pick up game #1 against Lemon and Lime. When it came down to it, I feel like Lemon and Lime didn't really approach the Baron the way that they should have. A couple of misguided team fights here and there, but Fnatic Gaming, you have to give them credit. They took advantage. Lane King's positioning was extremely smart throughout the vast majority of this game, especially down the stretch. That last fight at the start of it, he was in such good positioning, able to use those jump jets very effectively.
Well, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry. I just jumped back in and I was just getting ready for the next game because we are very shortly going to be getting into the next draft phase. But, gentlemen, that was, I think you were spot on the money, Humanist. I don't think they were playing these team fights correctly at all. I think there were multiple opportunities in that sort of last phase where, you know, you could have just seen them pop that arcane passage. In fact, there was a point where Baron jumped jet, and it was just after the gauntlet had gone down. They'd managed to land a sigil onto him. And then they could have just pulled the trigger with the arcane passage. They could have just said, "Oh, well, we landed a sigil onto him. He took a bit of damage. He's just used jump jets. Let's just jump in with the arcane passage and just go for it." And Humanist, you kept saying it over and over again, but they never really felt that they were confident enough to do that. But maybe it was the confidence was the issue. But playing defensively against a Baron, you're just going to get shredded.
Pretty much. I didn't want to harp on it over and over, but it's good to hear that it didn't sound too crazy from your perspective.
Look, I have always been. Look, if there's any caster in the world that harps on about things too much, it's me. I think I think everyone can quite fairly make that assumption that Killing Scoundrel Low is the guy who does sometimes bring up a point over and over again in the cast, especially when
Bacon's trying to give you a run for your money this season with his weapon art, and
that was one day, okay.
So, I think when there is one major factor that is causing a team to potentially be on the losing hand, if there's no real other reason, I really do think that you're allowed to mention it, quite a lot. I think you were right on the money, Humanist. The way that they were playing these team fights was the major reason that they weren't actually winning.
It was so bad of a decision that it makes me doubt Lemon and Lime as a team. And I really like these guys.
Exactly, and this is a team who have got previous high-level professional experience. And that's not coming lightly, is it? Especially from you, Humanist. I mean, that's not a light statement to make. And I agree, like, this is Fnatic Gaming. I looked at their solo queue ranks. I was like, they look all right. That was my initial impression, right? When you saw them straight from the offset, I was like, they look all right.
Yeah, I didn't even really have information on them looking at their solo queue records. I just know how far they made it in the tournament. I don't have much information on this team.
It was, I think it's VG Bronze, VG Silver, and 1 VG Gold compared to what Lemon and Lime are breaking. And that's look, it's a good team. Great team.
I don't know. I mean, it's tough. The VG rankings right now, I think. I personally take it into account, but it's more like you're playing with probably people and you're playing consistently. That's all it tells me.
Yeah, absolutely. I just, if I had anything to go on from these guys, it's the only piece of information that I had to go on, and I wasn't like, oh, whoa, a full VG Gold team, because sometimes that's how I feel, right?
Who was the VG Gold?
I believe it might have been Lane King, but I will double check. Actually, no, I think it might have been Class King.
Interesting.
Well, while this discussion's happening, there's a draft going on.
Oh, yeah, that thing. Baron actually banned out by Lemon and Lime this time round. Lyra Ringo is the composition coming out from Fnatic Gaming. Again, a lot of priority being put on Glaive here. Another jungler who's had a lot of success, and it seems to be a top pick right now for a lot of teams. Fnatic Gaming putting priority on it, but it looks like it's going to be Lemon and Lime with the Koshka and the Adagio, and they could be following up with the Vox here. Yep, Vox has got locked in, so quick draft phase, done, dusted, sorted. Two pretty strong compositions. I'm going to leave it to you two to break it down, so Humanist and Tasty Bacon, take it away.
Alrighty then. Well, guys, I think really Fnatic have drafted up a very strong... what's crazy is I think that they actually might have a stronger draft, even though there's a Vox, Koshka, and Adagio on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams have a very strong draft here. Obviously, the Koshka, very strong pick just in general. I'm not 100% keen on the Koshka in this situation, even though she has such a great win rate of late. But I feel like it's a lot of it is the comps that she's getting picked into or picked with, I guess would be the better term. There really isn't any other engage aside from Koshka on this composition. I feel like that may cause problems for Lemon and Lime. As Epfel, it's going to be tough for him if he jumps in and no one else is there to follow up.
Yeah.
It's just going to get blown up before he has the chance to retreat, especially with a Glaive and a Lyra. You jump in, you just kind of get stuck inside your opponents and don't really have much of a recourse. It is interesting to me, though, that Apfel and Mr. K-Cool swapping roles, as now Mr. K-Cool is going to be taking this Vox into the lane.
Yeah, both of these guys comfortable in the lane, in the jungle. So this is something we've seen Lemon and Lime do. And yeah, we've talked about it. Sometimes it makes sense for teams. Sometimes it feels like a weakness. What do you think here?
I definitely feel like for this team in particular, it can work out. They are both very strong in either of these roles. But like you said, sometimes you have to wonder if you just had a player focus only on one role and not worrying about staying up on two roles, if they might be able to improve just a little bit further and just push them over that edge.
Exactly my thoughts, but right now we're gonna find out. K-Cool and the Vox. Apfel came in very nice with that backside rotation there, getting good damage on, kind of threatening Fnatic in the lane, but we got Greymaker up here now on this Glaive. He's just waiting for a target that he can go ahead and reposition. Doesn't find anybody, so he'll probably go back into the jungle. They're really kind of hanging around.
Yeah, and I feel like that's going to be something we're going to be seeing a lot. Both junglers putting a lot of attention up in this lane. I don't know if we're going to really see too much skirmishing in the jungle, but here goes Lane King down, joining Greymaker in the jungle in order to get some extra gold. Again, this is just, it's such a smart movement.
Like, I legit don't see why more teams aren't doing this. Like, we're only seeing a couple teams, even through the Vainglory 8, making these rotations.
Yeah, and it's not even like you have to give all of the farm to the laner, although that is what Fnatic Gaming are doing here, but you just, by having your laner be there for the passive gold that gets picked up, they're not going to lose out much lane CS, if any at all, as long as they shove in the lane before going to make that rotation. And the only thing it does is it kind of sets back your captain a little bit. And I think maybe a lot of teams just aren't quite willing to sacrifice their captain in this situation, but you're still getting enough gold to stay relevant as a captain, especially someone like a Lyra. I think Class King will be fine. A
lot of times, Fountain is like the main impact item you see, and sometimes your secondary item will have an impact in, like, situationally, that'll have a large impact, like a Crucible against Finn or something like that. But with the Lyra, she already has the healing. You go into a Fountain, even if it's slightly delayed and your second item's delayed, you still have massive impact on your team just by having this very strong pick here. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, we'll see if Fnatic Gaming can use it to their advantage. But Lane King!
Lane King? Oh my goodness. Oh. Thought he was going to go down there, lives through it. This is going to mean, I don't think you hang around even with a Lyra. He's going to have to teleport out. So we'll see if Lemon and Lime look to apply pressure here. Apfel doesn't really look like he wants to dip into the jungle of Fnatic.
I feel like you have to apply pressure here. You just got the Ringo to recall, but
it's wasted opportunity.
Yeah, they're just having Mr. Keiko continue to attack these minions on his own. I feel like when you get a recall like that, your captain should be stepping into the lane, attacking the minions as well, so that they can get cleared out quicker. You give all the last hits, obviously, to the carry, but just get them lower quicker, get pushed in on the turret, get a little bit of chip damage down.
A little bit of damage indeed. Lemon and Lime backing up here. Apfel needs to go clear out his own jungle as Ghost and K-Cool are going to make it down to the shop here. Looks like no surprises in our Vox build. Fountain's completed for Ghost.
And no real surprises anywhere just yet, as everything is kind of par for the course. Class King has a lot of gold. He needs to make his way down to the shop. So does Lane King, so they're just going to move as a unit as they get towards the jungle shop. We'll see both of them do a little bit of shopping. picking up a Sorrow Blade for Lane King. Not quite able to get the Fountain of Renewal for Class King, though.
This team is looking really strong. Like, every single decision they've made so far as rotations, farming patterns, just play in the lane, I'm really impressed. And I'm not saying it for Lemon and Lime just because I expect them. I actually probably sound more critical about this team just because I have very high expectations for how I would like to see them execute here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we almost expect Lemon and Lime to be able to just show up and handle their business and play at a very high level. And so when they seem to get outplayed, it's kind of a surprise, and that's why we end up sounding so critical of them, because it's not what we expect to see from them. It's not what we know how they can play. And so it just kind of it gets a little frustrating to see a team underperform from what we have seen them able to do in the past.
Well, Apfel makes his way up into the lane. They definitely need to make something happen, because one of the reasons I've been critical of this Glaive, like utility build Glaive again into the Koshka, is like Koshka can just run through the jungle. Glaive cannot stand his own. And we haven't seen any of that aggression, especially in the first 4 minutes of the game. So Glaive, he just wants to be able to get his Aftershock, his Storm Crown up and running. If he can do that uncontested, that's just like golden.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think part of this goes back to the draft again, where picking this Koshka without any other engage, it's kind of iffy to me. There's no... FL can't really make aggressive plays in the jungle because there's no support for him there. And if the Lyra rotates down, or if the Ringo is making that rotation through the jungle with Greymaker, then FL's just kind of left out to dry. And so I almost would have liked to see, they got the Adagio early in the draft. Maybe would have liked to see them put the Adagio as the carry and have picked up that, something like the Fortress again with the Koshka. I think that just pairs so well, or even an Arden, just something that can help enable the Koshka to be aggressive.
Well, Koshka being aggressive right now, taking a lot of damage in return. Stands his ground. Really nice play out of Lane King so far. And Lyra just drops that sigil. You have to respect it. Ghost! That's going to be his boots on a cooldown. It looked like he didn't know if he wanted to fight or run away.
And that trade is exactly what I was talking about. Apfel, jumped in and just had no backup and just lost so much health immediately, had to run out and couldn't re-engage into the fight. And it's going to be a continued issue for Apfel throughout this game if they can't find a pick, if they don't find someone out of position. I feel like this game just gets harder and harder for Lemon and Lime.
Yeah, it feels like they're definitely on the back foot. And their items are still progressing here. Mr. Keiko not doing too bad in farm, although he's getting out farmed because Lane King, with a little bit of a hyper carry type rotation here, just has a lot more gold on him. And Keiko needs to finish up his Tyrants before he starts to even engage. And I wouldn't see him following Apfel into a fight. I would say he's doing the right thing by not following Apfel into a fight until he really comes online, which is... It's just such a tough situation. I think draft plays a lot into it here.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't expect any of these players to follow Apfel in, and that's the problem, is that they're not playing heroes that you expect to see follow a Koshka into a fight.
And even with that said, though, it feels like Apfel could have made some early solo rotations through the jungle to look to just abuse this power early on. Once again, Fnatic, though. It's going to be a Hellfire Brew. The wait for it's going to come through. Was that blocked off? It was. The verse is going to come out. Big damage in the Yummy Catnip Frenzy landing on the Class King. They're going to Arcane Passage out of here. He just blew that Lane King up very quickly. Now Apfel on the chase. Crystal Sentry trying to get in here. Class King goes down. Lemon and Lime turning up.
That was definitely a great fight for Lemon and Lime. They all go in. I feel like maybe positional error for the side of Fnatic Gaming, because you have Glaive and Lyra who can offer a lot of protection for the Ringo. You don't really want to be setting up these party brushes where there's such an easy opportunity to just jump onto Ringo entirely, and that's exactly what Apfel did. Mr. K-Cool got a lot of damage onto the Ringo. The verse was huge in the middle of that fight, and as a result, Lemon and Lime get a fight, but nice rotations from the remaining members of Fnatic to take that turret.
Super nice, and this is going to be Fnatic on the chase. They have a tornado trigger on this Ringo here. This is just, he's ready to fight. This is all he wants to do. Now Ghost is on the backside, but Keiko's the target. Sigil's down. That's going to boost the Ringo forward. Twirling Silver. Keiko Is he gonna drop? It looks like he's gonna drop. Yes, he will. Lane King gets the kill. Ghost is out of here. Apfel trying to clear out his jungle. He's in a dangerous position if they dropped, but looks like Fnatic are not going to go ahead and drop down, so Apfel pretty lucky on that one.
And as, I mean, Apfel personally lucky, but the rest of the team maybe not so much because they didn't drop because they wanted to get pressure onto this turret with just Ghost here to defend it. For now, that turret's going to go down. There's so much damage with that Storm Crown and the Ringo having the Tornado trigger. They're able to burn through that turret quickly, but now they need to be careful. Okay, Apfel's not going to go for it.
It's all good here. Tornado Trigger, not an item we see built second on Ringo very often, but it feels like it having pretty good impact here. What would you expect his third item to be?
I would expect either a Tyrant's Monocle or a Breaking Point. Ooh, Class King.
Yummy Catnip Frenzy's out. Lyra locked down. The wait for it thrown as well. Maybe a bit overkill, but Lemon and Lime able to secure that and look to apply pressure onto this turret. Hellfire Brew comes out. Oftentimes just going to use like a little bit of a harassment ability here, so it's not going to land too hard. They have to still respect the basic attacks that can come out of this Ringo. Also, the Afterburn, that Glaive can go ahead and reposition one of them. Apfel has no reflex right now.
That Hellfire Brew is actually really smart. Because it's a weapon Ringo, it's not going to be all Greymaker. Are you face checking?
Lane King stutter stepping. K-Cool trying to get on target. Sonic zooms forward. A lot of damage, but they're able to smoke K-Cool. And now Lane King's going to get healed up by the Sigil. Apfel looks like he wants to jump onto target. Jumps forward. Pouncy Fun. Afterburn backwards. Healy shots there. They're chasing forward with Twirling Silver. He doesn't have the move speed. Get on the attacks. Apfel jumps back in. He wants some. He just gets killed, though. Lemon and Lime falling apart. This is hard to watch as a Lemon and Lime fan.
Still, the over-aggression coming out from Lemon and Lime every so often, getting themselves into spots that they just can't afford to be in. Now, Fnatic Gaming, they're going to go ahead and take this gold miner. It will be a full gold payout, never mind, a decent gold payout. I didn't see gold mine get taken earlier. Whoops.
Yeah, it was taken once. But right now, the question is, Bacon, how do Lemon and Lime approach these fights? I mean, what is their proper fight right now?
That's such a tough question because Lane King has an Aegis and there's a Crucible on Class King. There isn't really a great target for Yummy Catnip Frenzy. They need to just try and get a rotation where they can get onto Lane King, and that's a lot easier said than done. But right now there isn't a lot of vision from Fnatic Gaming, so I'd like to see Lemon and Lime try and abuse that fact, but they don't really know that that's a fact at the moment because they don't have any vision out themselves. So a pretty dark map at the moment, and not really many scout traps or anything to speak of for either side.
Yeah, it's actually a bit surprising. Both teams, very large lack of vision here. Lane King able to take out the mid. It's Fnatic rotating as a unit. Very strong performance game one, strong performance in game two, stacking up against a team that I would have predicted to move forward with the very little information I had early on here. Fnatic, they look very good. 3-3. They're about a K up in net worth here. 13.5 minutes into this game. It could really go either way.
I mean, right now, Lemon and Lime just seem to be passively farming. They've got the 3 items that they need on the Vox. They have the 2 items they need on the Koshka. It's just going to be a question of if they can get onto Lane King, if they can take out this Ringo, they can get past the front line, the Sables of the Afterburn, the slow of the Bright Bulwark. There's a lot of stuff they have to deal with. The Greymaker goes in.
Yep, Greymaker goes in. Not really a large commit into this. Hellfire Brew is going to come out, lands on the Ghost. There's a nice Afterburn. Keiko just gets stunned up and chopped down. Ghost is going to be on the run. That's boots activated. They have burned that fountain. Apfel taking a lot of damage. Apfel, one more shot. He's going to go down. The Arcane Passage, the Bright Bulwark. They're looking for the ace, and Bacon, they're going to get it. Can they get this Arcane Passage out of here? It doesn't matter. They're going to stay hanging around for the turret. Do they get another one off this? They back out of this. They probably clear the jungle, take the Crystal Sentry.
Most likely. That was a really good fight. I was concerned for them at first because Lane King was nowhere close to being involved is the second time Graymaker went in, but Graymaker knew what he was doing, got the afterburn onto Mr. K Cool, and found that kill that ended up allowing then Lane King and Class King to pick up the remaining 2 kills. And then clear out the jungle right as Kraken spawns. Fnatic Gaming are in a great position. Null Wave Gauntlet just finished for Class King as well. We'll see if that gets used and you know, to what effect. But Fnatic
What target
Gaming,
would you put that on? What do you think's ideal for that null wave?
I feel like it depends on what you're trying to do. I would almost say maybe Apfel and prevent the Atlas Paulsman from being able to come out, because Apfel has the best chance of getting onto this Ringo. But Mr. Kinkle eats the Hellfire Brew, and here we go.
All right, the fight started off. Apfel trying to get on target. Null wave being held. Graymaker. The wait for it comes. Damage. You see Keiko trying to kite back, trying to get some breaking point stacks. They've lost the Koshka. They traded, actually, the Ringo is down Keiko. He's got good breaking point stacks. He's going to get another one. That's a double kill. Now Keiko is going to be on the run. Sonic zooms forward, doesn't have boots. Can he buy boots and chase here? No, he's not going to. He goes for that metal jacket. I feel like he could have picked up boots and just chased for another kill there.
Perhaps. I don't know. I mean, Lyra still had Arcane Passage, so could have then used that to help get away. Bright Bulwark would have slowed him down. I feel like Class King should have been able to get away from that, but end of the day, 2-for-2 fight. That was an interesting engagement from the side of Fnatic Gaming. They kind of went in. Everyone on the side of Lemon Lime was very much split, and as a result, they were actually able to get onto the back lines, able to take down Lane King and Graymaker. So maybe a little bit more awareness from Fnatic Gaming, and when they fight in these really closed quarter spots, there was nowhere for them to go when the wait for it came out. Apfel did a great job of being able to come in over the wall.
Did the null wave land last fight? I didn't see who it landed on. Whoa, that's a Crucible.
But it was very, very late.
It was who? Sorry.
It was used, but it was very, very late.
All right, War treads forward. Ghost, Apfel, they're on to Class King. Twirly Deaths, he comes back in. Yummy Cat and Frenzy, they're on to the Ringo. Lane King is going to try and get backwards out of this one. Can he? Stutter stepping. He's looking to find the damage onto Apfel. Apfel, oh, he gets him. Keiko's jumping forward. He needs one attack. Just one attack. That's all it's going to take.
Oh.
The afterburn back. They get it all. Oh, Fnatic! Making the plays, limited line, crumbling Graymaker, absolutely beautiful afterburn. Oh my goodness.
Whoa. What a play from Graymaker and Lane King. Lane King had to have been terrified as he was getting chased down by that Vox, but Graymaker coming in clutch. And Fnatic Gaming, they're going to look to end this. They're going to look to end the series in 2-0 fashion against Lemon and Lime. They have done it. They have dethroned the #1 seed in VGL European Challenger.
That just happened. Wow. We said it, haven't got to watch Fnatic much. I'm impressed. I think this is easily a top 3 team from just what they've done against Lemon and Lion.
I mean,
I'm a believer.
They've beaten the #3 seed. They've now beaten the #1 seed. I think that means an argument can be made for Fnatic Gaming to be the #1 seed.
Yeah. Well, let's bring another guy into this conversation to help make that argument. Scoundrel. Wow.
I think wow is the only word that describes that series, and specifically that game as well. There were so many clutch moments. I mean, I was shouting at the screen when that Ringo play just happened. I was like, what the bloody hell did I just see? Like, I was... Oh, I've got to say, if there was one Glaive that I have been thoroughly impressed with not only his decision-making, but also the crispness of his afterburns sometimes, Graymaker has been a real player, I think, to keep an eye on here for me. He looked very, very good in that series. I don't know how you felt, but there was one particular moment, and it's the one where it actually resulted in a 2-for-2 for the teams. I think, Bacon, you said it was an interesting engage by Fnatic, you know, where they ended up with the 2-for-2 with Mr. Keiko and Lyra still surviving. But the way that Mr. Grey actually turned around, or Gray, I've just the name's completely blank. But anyway, the way that Gray turned things around with his afterburns to actually get them back into the fight, into a position where they could even take a 2-for-2, was insane. And also, you know, the cojones to say Tornado Trigger second Ringo in a high level competitive game. I'm ready. I'm ready to put it down on the line, because the only difference between the Tornado Trigger and the Breaking Point build is that Tornado Trigger a little bit more burst-centric, and it comes online instantaneously, right? So you don't need to build stacks. So there is a certain point of Breaking Point stacks where Breaking Point becomes more damage output consistently than Tornado Trigger. But for Fnatic Gaming, they knew that if they reached that point, they were going up against another Breaking Point build where they just lose outright to that sustained damage, because the Breaking Point build from Vox is just, you know, that much stronger in some senses. So they were like, right, well, our actual game plan is burst. And if we get to a point where Breaking Point is outscaling Tornado Trigger, we've probably already lost the fight. I thought that was just really, really cool from them. I don't know how you guys felt. I'm almost in awe of everything that they were doing that game.
Yeah,
I really liked it.
They were very impressive. Like you said, it was our first time getting to see them, unfortunately, because of the way the schedules have worked. But I wish we got to see them earlier, because that was just super impressive all across the board.
Absolutely. Now I'm going to have to move on, guys. We are going to have a look at the playoff bracket now. You can see here, Fluffy Chickens will be playing up against Fnatic Gaming in the winner bracket final, and it means that Lemon and Lime move down to the loser bracket round 2. You can see there as well as their other losing counterparts in the form of Reliable Union. They will be seeing on stream tomorrow, along with the winners bracket final, which will be on stream tomorrow as well. So now we move on to our lower half of the bracket. We're going to be looking at our 2 losers matches from here on out. So while I get that set up, we're going to cut to a very, very short break. And when we're back, we will have all of the action ready to go from our next series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we have just seen Fnatic Gaming 2-0 Lemon and Lime, which means we are ready to get into our next series of the game, which I'll show you up on your screen. Oblivion Lost versus Vayne Guardian. Again, we've seen a bit of Oblivion Lost, Humanist. You know, they looked pretty good. HF Guy, Daredevil, No Game, Lone Life, but we haven't seen much of their opponents, Vayne Guardian, who are the 20th seed. I mean, to make it this far, you'd have to expect this is a pretty solid 20th seed, but Oblivion Lost have shown us some really good play from time to time.
Yeah, Oblivion Lost looked strong overall. I would not say that they looked as strong as Fluffy Chickens or as strong as Fnatic, but probably just under that notch.
Absolutely, and we are just going to be ready to get into draft ASAP here. But Tasty Bacon, what are you expecting? Because I think you know, HF Guy has shown us some variety in the roam position. What is it on this current meta that you think is, you know, absolutely 100% that pick or ban status right now?
Well, I mean, obviously, just from what we've seen, the Adagio and the Lyra have been appearing in pretty much every single draft phase, either banned or picked. So every single team puts a heavy emphasis on those two. I think from there it kind of becomes a personal preference for a lot of teams as to what is at the next level. And we see some teams focus the Glaive, some teams focus the Lance, sometimes the Kashka. Like, there's a lot of different options. Of course, Vox is also another one of those big impact picks. Generally has a very high win rate, but you know, region to region, team to team, the preferences do seem to kind of fluctuate pretty heavily.
It seems that Europe doesn't know how to play Koshka too well either.
I don't know. We saw it win twice today.
We saw it lose too.
Righto, I think we're ready to get into the draft phase. I'm just going to check the teams are absolutely ready to go. And it's Oblivion Lost going up against Vayne Guardian. So just going to check one team is ready. We're waiting for just confirmation that the opposition is ready also. This is going to be a good match, I think. Actually I'm looking to be surprised by Vayne Guardian, another team that we haven't seen much of, 20th seed. They're both ready to go, so here we go. You know, I think I'm looking to be surprised by them. I was very much surprised by Fnatic Gaming. We didn't really give them a huge, I guess, amount of hype behind them, but given how they performed, they were insane. And I think, you know, Vayne Guardian, albeit they're in the losers bracket, the 20th seed, they're probably going to bring some surprises to this series that will hopefully set us up for a good set of games. Kestrel is a ban again here, gentlemen. Waiting for the ban from Vayne Guardian. Wondering where they opt in with that, and it's going to be Baron, so they're going to learn their lessons from the previous series. Baron off the table.
No Baron, so this is going to be Oblivion Lost picking their poison, Lyra or Adagio, pretty much.
That will mean that it should be Adagio getting picked up on this rotation from the side of Vayne Guardian. Their tags are going to tilt me this entire game.
I've been tilted for the last 30 seconds.
Apologies, gentlemen. You just have to realize, I guess, Oblivion Lost. At least they've got the right tags, so you'll never get that confused. Hopefully.
How do you not have a game or like a team tag? How, like, you make it this far in the tournament, you don't have a team tag?
Oh, maybe it's just a band of random warriors come together in a pug dream to make it to the finals of VGL.
And
The real Slumdog Millionaire story, Humanist.
Yeah, like, it can't afford the team tag. It's the real Slumdog. The Glaive picked up with the Adagio, loving it. Black Feather. We haven't seen as much, but a very powerful pick this season.
Very powerful. You can go either weapon or crystal with it, and we've seen both build paths have great success. Especially pair it with a Lyra, give that extra sustain. Black Feather can be very difficult to take down.
Yeah, I really like this, especially with the utility Glaive. It means you're not going to have too much pressure out of the jungle, so the CP Black Feather should have space to farm and scale.
Absolutely, and that's what we are expecting with the Vox pickup will be a Crystal Black Feather. But we saw Gangstars just the other day run a Crystal Vox with a weapon Black Feather and had some massive success with it. Sky going to be the final pick for the side of Vayne Guardian. It's going to be an interesting one. Kind of gives a little bit of flexibility to their composition. See, I would prefer to see actually a Crystal Sky with a Weapon Glaive, just because of what they're up against.
Well,
And
composition.
would you run-
Sorry, my friend. I keep doing it. I keep doing it. I keep coming in to say drafts have been locked in, and now it's time for our wonderful men, Humanist and Tasty Bacon. But because it's online, I keep talking at the same time as Humanist, and it just gets awkward. So now I'm going to mute myself and say goodbye.
And now I will take this opportunity to speak and just tell you we have loaded into the game, as I always say. And now, Bacon, give us an opinion on the teams that are playing against each other.
Well, I can already say I'm going to be cheering for Oblivion Lost just because of the
I love you
team
both,
tag
bye.
synergy.
Love you too. What were you saying, Bacon? Which team? I'm sorry.
Oblivion Lost just because they have a team tag synergy. Like, that's the only reason. They
Right,
could have picked the worst comp in the world, and I would want them to win. But they've got a pretty strong comp.
Yeah, they definitely do. And it's interesting. We see the weapon. We're gonna see the Weapon Glaive out of lane with the CP Sky coming out of the jungle. So this is not. I mean, it's very unique. We don't see this too often here.
Yeah, no, we don't really see Glaives up in the lane. We get to see it every once in a while. We've seen Rona up in the lane. We've seen Blackfeather in the lane, but not typical to see a Glaive up there any longer. I feel like Glaive is better suited for the jungle because then you can make those surprise engagements. But here comes a nice rotation. Big forward barrage, though.
Yeah, nice forward barrage connects on the 2. Oblivion Lost forced back a little bit, but not enough as Daredevil's able to claim up that Elder Treant there. It's HF guy, no game, are going to move up and put pressure on the lane onto this Glaive, but Elbow, I'm calling him Elbow. Elbow and War Teddy, they're into the jungle against Daredevil here. It's going to be one of the backs going the way of Daredevil. War Teddy should be able to pick this up and the kill. Bam! Too easy. First blood. Going over to War Teddy. And I love it, man. I just want to see a CP Sky just get a win here.
Yeah, I mean, the CP Sky is so strong early on. We're seeing the damage it can put out. Elbow putting a lot of pressure on the HF guy.
One more. Got it! That's very nice.
Very, very well done by the side of Vanguardian to start things off. Again, number 20 seed performing here in the top 8 against a team that was, I believe, the number 5th seed. So there's a lot of seeds between these two, but they have come head to head. And Vanguardian off to a solid start as they find another kill. And it wasn't even the backs getting stolen. That was the attempt from No Game, No Life, but unsuccessful.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job right now. No Game, like you said, trying to make that rotation. Didn't work out for him. A nice job by Vanguardian to collapse. And now this is Tim back up to the lane. I'm really curious to see what build we see come out on this Glaive. You know, we assume he's going to get into a pretty bursty weapon damage path, but very curious. You know, this composition is very reminiscent of old Team Secret. Do you see that at all?
Yeah, I could definitely see that. You know, Mowgli played a lot of Adagio at one point. Cavalifar was always kind of known for breaking out these weapon laners. And it's really just kind of an old school composition in general of putting the weapon glaive up in the lane. We saw that be very popular for a while a couple seasons ago.
He's back onto Elbow. Forward barrage is connecting onto Daredevil. Daredevil on point onto Elbow. Adagio's down. Daredevil over the top side. Afterburn from Tim finds the kill. And with Jeff Guy and No Game. No Game made that drop down just a little bit too late there. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
1 for 1, and Tim's got to be happy to pick up a kill for himself. Getting a nice little chunk of gold. Tim's also got a pretty hefty CS advantage currently over No Game No Life. No Game No Life really falling behind. The lowest CS of any of the core picks, even his own jungler, is taking a lead, but there are a ton of minions in the lane right now that he's about to pick up, so we'll be closing that gap pretty significantly.
Oh man, what a yummy little wave here. Vox just gets to hang back and bask in the yumminess of these lane minions. HF Guy will hang around, make sure that he gets all that gold as well. Daredevil is about 3/4 away of his jungle clear, but this is Vanguardian, yeah. I want to say Vanguard, that's a NA guild there. But Vanguardian As 3, doing a pretty good job here, looking for a target. They could afterburn. They could afterburn back. That's a kill right there. War Teddy jumps forward. Oh my goodness. Has 30 strike connected. They almost found 2 off the back of that. And it was almost too simple as well. Vayne Guardian looked very strong.
And I mean, the aggressiveness coming out from them is just what I'm really impressed by thus far. I always love to see teams that are willing to make those kind of aggressive moves as long as they do it at the right time. You know, sometimes we see teams make those really aggressive moves and it's just kind of like, why? Like, what are you gaining out of this? Or you're not even getting anything. You're literally dying instead. But able to find an opportunity, they get in, get a kill or two, and get out safely. Very smart play thus far.
Very smart thus far indeed. I'm really liking it, Bacon. It's such a joy to watch teams execute on a high level. I can't tell you how much I enjoy it.
War Teddy picking up that Frostburn first item. Let's see how it works out for him on the sky. They're going to find Daredevil. I'm not sure if you want to be there.
Death from above. Connects right here, Daredevil on point. He's right back onto War Teddy and look rated, but he goes down in the end. Now Elbow should be falling as well. That's his boots. Vox Sonic zoom forward. It's not enough. Tim is here. Tim doesn't have an afterburn energy. Just a tick more. He goes down. Crystal Sentry, where were you when they needed you most?
That is, you know, right after we're done praising them for how well they're playing and how aggressive and they're making it work, they kind of completely do the opposite. This turret's gonna go down.
It was a misread. Yeah, the turret goes down. Just a misread there. War Teddy was very close to taking it down. The Black Feather stays a little too long. HF guy gets in there, heals him up, and that's all she wrote.
It was a really nice rotation from Oblivion Lost, in order to come down, help out their team. Tim, a little bit late on that rotation, joins the party well after it's already over, and
without energy as well. I said without energy as well.
Oh yeah. He's gonna be again just looking to get some chip damage on that turret. Gets one attack in. And keeping an eye on the build path, went for a Sorrow Blade first item on the glaive.
I like it.
Just making sure you get that little bit extra damage. Would like to see a Tyrant's Monocle as the next item, but may be looking to go towards a Breaking Point, which I think is a big mistake with the glaive.
I wouldn't even mind seeing Tornado Trigger, the second item right here.
Something with crit.
Yeah, a little bit of crit. I mean, Tornado, Tyrants, Tornado, however you want to do it. Either way will work. But it wouldn't be too hard for him right now. He does have components just that might build into Breaking Point. We'll see.
Well, for now, they're just going to be backing off. Feels like after that one fight, a lot of the aggression coming out of Vayne Guardian has seemed to subside a bit. Maybe just kind of realizing that they have to be a little bit more cautious, but we hope that they don't go too cautious. War Teddy get into a nice position here for some damage.
War Teddy's doing a pretty good job of just forward barraging from max range. Like, you don't always have to get the target lock. The forward barrage range is very good. On point lands on 2. Daredevil's thinking about it. Death from above is going to be off the mark here. Daredevil back in, on point, misses. You can see he was really looking for a kill there. But he doesn't find it, so they're just right back into their side of the map.
I'm very interested in Daredevil's build, actually. Going for the Aftershock first. You don't typically see that from a Black Feather. But it kind of makes a lot of sense to me. He's able to, you know, when he jumps in, you just get a huge chunk of burst damage. I mean, it's obviously also helps with the cooldown, being able to use your abilities as quickly as you can. But we'll see if it pays off for him. There's typically most Crystal Black Feathers look to go for a lot more burst up front, a Broken Myth, and maybe a Shatter Glass. Or
we've seen that, the alternating current too.
Yeah, alternating. Right? Well, alternating current usually comes out a little bit later on the Crystal Black Feather builds that we've seen.
I'm seeing a few of them build it first too. But I can agree with you the fact that we don't see Aftershock how much.
Yeah. So right now, still 5-3 in favor of Vayne Guardian in the kills, but the gold, thanks to that turret going over, and actually a nice comeback in terms of the farm by No Game No Life, is going to be giving a slight gold edge to the side of Oblivion Lost.
Feels like we might have an engagement here. That's your arcane passage forward. Bright Bulwark down. Daredevil's forward. He's on to War Teddy. Rose offensive forward. He's going to actually dip backwards. The Sky got into a better position than he would have liked. Now Tim on the front lines. Tim trying to find the damage. Tim is down. Not enough coming out of that glaive. They're going to block off the first. So they look to chase Elbow here. They're in a bad position. War Teddy might be able to take advantage of this. Where are you, War Teddy? Get forward. Become a Sky. Become the player that everybody watching wants you to be right now. He's going to dip down, grab an infusion. They might chase forward. They might be looking for this Bacon. Forward Barrage is there. He's dipping through pretty good damage. Daredevil secures the tree and Death from Above whiffs. It's going to be a series strike forward. War Teddy's missing a lot of abilities here. Forward Barrage not doing enough on points there. War Teddy is in a bad position all of a sudden. Uh-oh! Bison and Diffusion gets wrecked. Oblivion Lost on the chase here. Now Tim doesn't know what to do. Double kill for the Blackfeather. He's in. No game's low. No game. Gonna Sonic back, zoom backwards. Finds it. Gets the ace. Oblivion Lost just absolutely dismantling Vain Guardian as they crumble like a cake.
It just looks like Vain Guardian has no idea what to do against this Crystal Blackfeather. Daredevil is just running wild over this team. I mean, he has been able to just stay so healthy and put out so much damage with the Broken Myth and the Aftershock. It has been mighty impressive. Even, like you said, double infusions picked up for the side of Vain Guardian, and they still get aced, lose a turret, lose an immense gold payout. That is not getting your return on investment with the infusions.
Like, I mean, War Teddy had a massive advantage. He played very cautiously, not going forward into the Tri-Brush. When Daredevil was finishing up killing that mid-treant there, I think if he had just gone super aggressive, they probably would have won that fight. But he hung back. Daredevil gets the treant, starts regenning up, gets an Aftershock proc. Suddenly, he's very full health and can chase. It's just very nicely played out of Daredevil, very poorly played out of War Teddy. And it's unbelievable to see a team perform so well in the first couple minutes and then just so poorly in the next.
Yeah, I think the other big difference was, actually, may have to hold this thought.
May have to hold it. Daredevil doesn't want you to talk, Bacon. You're going to have to talk to him after the game. They're on point lands. Death from Above, very defensively. It's Afterburn back. Oh, no game just got wrecked. His glaive found a couple crits there. Daredevil with that on point. Rose offensive backwards. This is a Sky on the chase. Atlas Pauldron was applied to the whole team there, Vain Guardian, but not really a large effect. It's timed out. Tim's on target. It's going to be Sky finding the kill onto Lyra. Got to be careful. With this Crystal Sentry, Daredevil could turn and look to find a fight here. They're holding the fountain on Elbow, maybe baiting Daredevil. Yep, that's the bait. Boots forward. He's looking for it. On point lands. Daredevil, no boots. War Teddy, what's the deal, dog? Gets the target locked. Death from Above on the backside. This is your fight. Be aggressive. Jump in there. They've got it. Elbow gets the kill as Vain Guardian turn it up a notch.
And, I mean, the big key to that was just those initial crits onto No Game, No Life. Tim just all of a sudden just deleted the Vox. That was very, very quick, and unfortunately for Oblivion Lost, they just weren't able to react quickly enough. They weren't able to get themselves out of there, and a nice job of the aggression. War Teddy putting the Death from Above a little bit farther back, and I feel like, you know, that's actually, it's much better to put it a little bit further back than to necessarily try and hit your target. Obviously, if you hit them, you get the stun, that's awesome, but if you, it's such a risky play, because if you don't drop it on them, if you don't land it exactly right, they just walk past it without any troubles. But if you put it a little bit too far behind them, all of a sudden they're zoned out. They don't want to try and run through it, and they're stuck fighting where you want them. And that was precisely what War Teddy was able to do this time.
Yeah, I think that's a really good explanation of it, and it's working out very well for them. Sky's items coming together very nicely. Looks like we might see that Eve coming out as third item for War Teddy.
Very likely. Getting a little bit extra survivability in these fights never hurts.
Never hurts. Especially, I mean, you have the Adagio to kind of enhance that. You're going against a team that has its own sustain. I think it just kind of makes sense.
The only difficulty could be, you know, obviously the scaling coming out from the side of Oblivion Lost. You're going to have Vox getting those breaking point stacks built up. Blackfeather going to be building up the Broken Myth from these longer, drawn-out fights. But you have the same thing on your side with War Teddy and Tim. each having those long scaling items. I'm a little upset to see Tim doesn't have any crit in his build. I feel like crit is so important on Glaive, but he has chosen to just go for the flat damage instead.
Seems to be doing okay for them right now. On point. Lands onto War Teddy. That's the afterburn back. Daredevil's going to Rose offensive over the top side, get a little bit of sigil heal and a movement speed boost to get him into a better position. On point misses. And War Teddy just throwing that forward barrage from max range, doing a very good job, making a pretty good argument for why CP Sky can still have an impact here.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, you don't always. It's so tempting to just try and make sure you get that lock on first and then start the forward barrage, but you don't need to. You can stay very safe by just throwing up the forward barrage from range. Daredevil and the rest of Oblivion Lost maybe going to be looking to come up, but they defend their turret for now at least. 15.5 minutes in, the turret is very close to falling, but it does still stand.
Very interesting that Guardian didn't choose to engage. Well, they might right here, right now. That afterburn's going to be blocked off. Tim's on the front side taking a lot of damage. Rosa forward there. War Teddy's trying to reposition. Tim's very low. The fountain buys him a little bit of time. First comes through, but it's blocked off. Death from above's not going to land as well. Now Outbow in a bad position. War Teddy trying to use that forward barrage to help him out, but those minions are trolling him. He Suri strikes over the top, gets wrecked. As No Game finds the damage, the clean ace for Oblivion Lost. And what just happened?
Well, they were able to find a fight. The afterburn getting blocked off was so important. They made sure that despite Tim getting in very aggressively, getting into position, he wasn't able to stop anyone on the side of Oblivion Lost. So he just ended up in a really rough spot. Got blown up first. They take him down. They get the ace. They take a turret and the Kraken. This is looking very, very good for Oblivion Lost.
Yeah, I was about to say that's pretty good. And that's definitely what it is. Vox tier 3 boots completed. He's got a metal jacket as well. No Game is pretty much online. Fresh Infusion. It looks like he just went to the shop and said, I'll take one of everything.
Yeah, just about. And the only thing we're missing from having a completed build is finishing off that Aegis. So he's definitely ready to fight. Looks like the side of Vayne Guardian, they're going to be looking for a fight here as well.
Yeah, they need to take a clean fight. Can't get engaged on here. The on point's going to land. Brokenness starting to stack up. The afterburn knocks the Vox back, but nobody's able to follow up. Atlas only hitting on the Vox here. Dagio just absolutely wrecked Bacon. I didn't expect him to go down that fast. Daredevil rose offensive forward. He's trying to get on target. He's onto War Teddy, but taking a lot of damage, but they've got him. War Teddy's down. Tim is down. That's the ace, and that's going to be Oblivion Lost. And a game that felt like they were not always trading in the positive. They just take a couple good fights and just roll over Vayne Guardian here. Super impressed.
Yeah, early on, the trades were definitely going the way of Vayne Guardian, but eventually, once the builds kind of came online, Daredevil was very difficult to take down. Even in that last fight we just saw, it's just kind of floating around with very little HP, but the healing from HF Guy able to be enough to keep him alive just long enough for the team to find the kills. And they win a couple of fights, get a couple of objectives, finish off the game. Excellent work by Oblivion Lost, taking game number 1.
It was good stuff indeed. And, well, speaking of good stuff, we've got a pretty good host. He hasn't muted himself too many times today.
I don't think I've muted myself at all. So I think I've finally beaten that bug. I think I
put more responsibilities on him, and he stops making mistakes.
I haven't stopped making mistakes, but I've stopped making the big mistakes, like muting myself. It's because I've got this this turtle.
So if we put even more responsibilities on you, then you'll eventually stop making mistakes.
Maybe. I got this turtle, and I put it on a sign that says unmute your microphone. So I can't help but look at how cute this turtle is. Just showing the streamer how cute my stuffed turtle thing is. So I can't help but look at how cute it is every time, and then I just realised that it says unmute microphone, so I always remember now. See, it's just memory by association. Now I am going to get the team swapped over and ready to go because we want to get into this next game ASAP. But I want to talk about something. I think you guys might have touched on it in game, but aftershock on the it was the aftershock on the black feather first compared to the alternating current that we usually see. I mean, what is the stark differences there, Tasty Bacon? What is the differences between the two builds?
Well, yeah, I mean, we mentioned it in game. It was very surprising to see because it's not something that is typically picked up first, but it gives Blackfeather that little bit of extra burst, just a touch of extra sustain, and Blackfeather we know loves to have extra survivability as he's jumping in and poking and harassing. So it ended up really working quite well for him, especially that one particular instance when Vayne Guardian was getting aggressive and he was able to get the healing from the Treant, add in the Aftershock proc, and all of a sudden he went from being just about dead to having a little over half health and turned the fight around. So the pickup was unconventional, but it definitely worked out for their playstyle.
So we are into draft phase. Kestrel is banned away here by Vayne Guardian. And it's going to be Koshka by Oblivion Lost. And like you said, Humanist, I like the way you phrased it last time. It's a pick your poison moment. Do you want the Lyra or do you want the Adagio? And Vayne Guardian have got that choice to make right now. Again, it seems tough. They don't seem to have one immediately locked in. They look like they're in deep thought. And it might actually end up being the Lyra here, which you would imagine then gives the Adagio straight over to Oblivion Lost.
I would imagine that. Yeah.
It would be safe to say.
Yeah, it feels like E is having a little more success with Lyra though overall than the Adagio.
Yeah,
which, I find converse or the opposite for North America.
Yeah, I feel like Adagio is easier to pull off, which is interesting. I don't know. I've always felt that.
You want to have a talk with your boys?
I've always felt like, Adagio is like the easier one to pull off. I think Lyra is a little bit more like you've got to get hit in, unless you're wrecked, you've got to be hitting all the nails on the heads at the right time, right? So with Adagio, it's more like, I have a heal, click that heal. And it's kind of like, it's not that simple, obviously, but...
Right, and it's like emergency button on the verse.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times you get engaged, you're like, oh, verse! Alright, that's a one-button ability.
Look at this early rhyme coming through. Look at this early rhyme coming through, boys.
Early rhymes have not had much success in most of the games I've seen this season.
Rhymes have not had much success in most of the games I've seen. Doesn't matter if they're early or late.
I think that's not even also like outside of competitive, just in general. If you look at win rates overall in Heroes by region, like rhymes usually very low.
I feel like a lot of people have talked to me recently about, Rhyme's really strong, I really like Rhyme, and I think he's really good into almost all situations, and I turn around and say to them, no, Rhyme is not good in every situation. Rhyme is really good into like double melee or something, or like if you got a team that can speed you up to get to the back line or whatever. But blind picking Rhyme I think is risky, but it's actually worked out in not an awful situation. I do think Cruel's pretty decent against Rhyme, but you are into like a double melee composition here, and I'm going to let you guys talk about it though, because it is time for you to take the reins from me and guide us through yet another rocky, tumultuous road between Oblivion Lost. I almost forgot the name. Oblivion Lost and Vayne Guardian. I'm gonna just peace out now. See ya.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 2 in this best of 3 series between Oblivion Lost and Vayne Guardian. I am Humanist. I'll be joined by Tasty Bacon here for this matchup. Bacon, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm sorry. It sounded like it was a recap video starting up, so I thought that's what we were getting.
Bacon,
it's on his announcer voice.
Keep it professional, please.
I'm looking forward to seeing Kroll versus Rhyme 1v1s. And having nobody interfere on it so that we can have the two of them just kind of going at it for about 5 minutes with neither of them getting below half health.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Eventually, Kroll does win that trade if they go toe-to-toe. Yeah. Although, it's like Rhyme gets an early advantage. If there's anything to push it over the top, Kroll will die. If they just sit there attacking each other over time, the Kroll should eventually win out. But we'll see. And yeah, it is a very interesting trade.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing both those two heroes kind of colliding, and then up in the lane, it is going to be a carry Adagio. So a lot of the Adagios we've been seeing lately have been more of the captain roles, and so having no game, no life on this pick, I love the carry Adagio. I think it's actually very strong, and we'll see if they can make it work. War Teddy on this Gwen, another one of those picks that has kind of fallen off quite a bit. for this side of Vainguardian. I'm not entirely sold on really either of these compositions, but especially the Vainguardian composition. I feel like it's just a little bit iffy.
What do you not like about it?
I just don't feel like there's necessarily enough lockdown for the Rhyme to be able to stick onto his targets.
I mean, they got a slow out of Lyra, Bright Bulwark. They've got a Root and slow out of Rhyme, and you got Aces High plus Buckshot coming out of Gwen. They got a lot of slow on their team. They got some lockdown. Not enough.
It's dumb, but I don't know. I've just always felt like if you're gonna have the Rhyme, you need something with a really hard lockdown. Like I like pairing Rhyme with a Lance. I feel like that is one of the better combos out there for him.
I like
but...
Rhyme Finn is my jam.
Yeah, Rhyme Finn is another one. I don't feel like just having a lot of slows is necessarily enough, but we'll see. I mean, if they can make it work, they need to make it work. As
look
they
around the backside
behind.
Here. Speaking about behind Bacon, look at this. Almost a 3-man impale. That's a 3-man Githian. He's not going to be boosted up with that passive, but he's in there with pretty good positioning. War Teddy is going to go ahead and skedaddle his way out to south side, along with Elbow. And kind of crazy to me that nobody died. I'm disappointed with HF guy in the last 2 engagements. I think he went too fast. Like, why not let Daredevil sit there and get his bonus, his passive in that bush before engaging?
Yeah, but I was gonna say the exact same thing. You know, why wouldn't you wait for Daredevil to be ready to engage? If they go in at the same time, that's a guaranteed kill pickup. And
dude, that's probably a double kill.
Yeah.
Right?
Most likely, but it's at a minimum, a bare minimum, a guaranteed kill. Instead, they get nothing out of it, and they just kind of have to back off.
Yeah, I don't understand it. Can't be making those kind of mistakes. Well, I guess there's room for an error or two here at this level, but really you need to tighten it up, especially if I start to look at these teams and I'm judging them based off the top level of competition. That's their in-game goal, right? Like, I'm not judging them as how well they're hanging out in the Challenger Series. Like, they're all playing through these Challenger Series to make it to the Vainglory 8.
Yeah, especially when you're this deep in the tournament, when you're in this top 8, you're looking to try and get yourself into the Vainglory 8. You're looking to get into those challenge battles, and like you said, mistakes like that, those are things that you can't do against in a Vainglory 8 team. You won't be able to win your challenge battle if you make plays like that consistently. So just things that they need to tighten up and fix up. Like you said, for now, they can get away with it. You know, nothing really came off of that, no negative repercussions. But you never know against the top level of competition.
HF guy, questionable, and then a very nice play as he finds a into the impale, but No Game taking a lot of damage. Daredevil's here. No Game is down now in a 2-versus-3 situation as Daredevil is locked onto War Teddy, finds the kill with that Spectral Smite. He's on target, some weakness stacks building up onto the Rhyme, but Rhyme is right there, building up his own fortified health. HF guy looking for the disables. It's Daredevil rooted and chopped down. Vainguardians come out on top of the advantage here.
And Tim, again, making some good plays. Knows that Daredevil is going to want to try and get into brushes and just stand still to get that passive charged up. Takes full advantage, drops a Winter Spire right into the brush. Daredevil doesn't move in time, ends up getting blown up.
Yeah, it's a very nice job. HF guy with the root, the Githian wall. And he's taking pretty good damage. He's also burning from that Gift of Fires. No Game was able to have that applied. Looks like Elbow probably going to go ahead and teleport home. Heal up, do a little bit of shopping, get back out on the map.
The accuracy of these impales from HF guy has been very, very good. It's just the only question mark has been the timing of them.
100%.
Even with that last one that we just saw, there really isn't a better timing window for it. But the previous one before that started that big fight, again, just a little bit too early. Daredevil was nowhere close to being able to engage. No Game, no life ends up falling before he even gets there.
Well, Vainguardians putting a little bit of a harass damage onto Oblivion Lost as they're taking control of that left mustache brush up there. Doing a good job to rotate as a unit. Same thing for Oblivion Lost right now. Alternating current picked up for the Adagio.
Yeah. Speaking of first items, another nice impale going to connect, but again, there's just no real ability for the team to follow up. That time it was mostly just to get them back out, but First items, the Eve of Harvest first on Tim. I love getting the Eve of Harvest first.
Valkyrie's going to connect onto No Game. Can they hold him? And Gwen finding that. That was the fountain forced out of HF Guy as well. Now, Vanguardian in a massive advantageous position as they have their own fountain. The turret's already taking a lot of damage. This should be a turret and a gold mine if they play their cards right.
Yeah, absolutely, and this HF Guy didn't get to recall. It was a great job by Elbow to make sure that he keeps taking damage so he can't get back. So now he's going to recall. They have extra time. They're not going to go for the gold miner, but they are going to steal away some jungle camps. And War Teddy finishing off that star, has the Star Blade completed, looks to be building towards a breaking point as the next item.
We talked about this before, but can you talk about, I mean, breaking point, Gwen, what I don't know. What's your preference?
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, but I can definitely see where I know your thoughts on it are that, Gwen wants to be kind of, it kind of pushes her into this weird spot where she wants to be constantly attacking to build up those stats, but also wants to be holding her attack to get her
Boomerang! Boomerang! It's gonna
Oh!
connect. Daredevil's got it onto Lyra. She's held down for about a minute right there. Still lives through it. Unbelievable. Aces Eye connects on to No Game. Getting wall push him back. Tim trying to lock someone down long enough. Not sure if Valkyrie was available in the beginning of the fight, or it just came up right there, but feels like he would have used it if he had it. Ah, man, that was a full-on boomerang connecting, though. Nice job by Daredevil. He's going to secure up that mid-treant as well, so that will not go over to Vanguardian.
That's got it for Daredevil, though. It's one of the worst feelings as a girl. When it's one of the best feelings to hit one of those boomerangs. It's one of the worst feelings to hit that boomerang and then not get a kill off the back of it.
But you probably think he deserves it for building breaking point first.
Absolutely. Building breaking point first on Kroll means that you deserve nothing, and I hope you get less.
Dang. Would you hope that is it a game losing hope?
I don't know about game losing because I do still like Kroll, but it's definitely not working out for them thus far. As they get pushed out of here once more.
It's hard to see people pick up one of your favorite heroes and then build it in a way that you don't necessarily agree with it. It's hard to make it make sense. Another Impale's going to land. Two-man Githian wall. HF Guy eating pretty good damage, though. 5 breaking point stacks here for the Gwen. 6-7 as HF Guy moves forward, continuing to take damage as the fountain. Now, the boomerang's going to land. Wow, man. Rhyme held in place forever as No Game able to find the damage he needed. Daredevil, he's on the front line. Can he live through this? No, he can't. 19 breaking point stacks for the Gwen, who will eventually go down. As No Game finds the damage there. That's the verse that you probably didn't need to throw, but that's okay.
Clears out the minions and lets them push onto the turret.
Oh yeah, that would have taken a very long time to clear out those minions, I think. And no problem though, no problem. Elbow's gonna try and keep this turret up here as HF Guy continues to poke, and that buys time for No Game to move down, take away the mids here, away from Vanguardians. HF Guy, I don't think Ryan catches them with a combat role that Lance has.
No. And, I mean, going back to that breaking point first on Kroll issue, you called it out during that fight. I was watching the Kroll breaking point stacks. At one point, you were like, 19 stacks. I was like, he doesn't have 19 stacks. And you're like, on Gwen. I was like, yeah that's the kind of the big difference. 19 for Gwen before she went down, while there were 9 on Daredevil. Like, you don't expect Kroll to have as many stacks as a Gwen during a fight, but you don't to have 10 more, almost double or more than double the amount of stacks of the Kroll when they were both deeply involved in that fight the entire time.
You know, we talked about HF Guy's accuracy on these impales as he lands another one. Get the wall, boomerang! Rhyme, the tankiest of all heroes in the game, but just somehow actually lives for another second or two. Wow. Daredevil's been hitting these boomerangs really nice. HF Guy's Githian walls, though, that's what I'm talking about. Another two-man Githian. The Impale is there. HF Guy goes down, but so does Gwen. And a very nice trade for Oblivion Lost. I want to give credit, dude. His Impales are on point, but what's impressing me more is almost every Githian wall is landing against a wall, and the stun is coming through.
Yeah. Yeah, the HF Guy's, Lance has definitely been very impressive thus far. Now that they've gotten the timing down a little bit better, a lot of these impales are coming out as Daredevil is charging in. That they're able to find these fights and find some really nice opportunities. Daredevil, I love the way he's playing the Krull. It's just the way he's building it that I have a problem with. But these boomerang from Hell's Hearts have just been so nice. I think he's hit every single one that I've seen him throw, and they've all been boomerang shots. He hasn't taken the easy route and gone with the point blank throws.
And I mean, there's a time and a place for those, but yeah, he's been doing really good. My personal choice would have been Poison Shiv for him this game as his first weapon item. Can you speak to what you would build as the first item? And if it was Poison Shiv, why would it be that?
I mean, Poison Shiv is just an amazing first item for a Krull. Another 3-man impale, 3-man stun, boomerang.
Oh, does that boomerang actually land? No, I didn't quite connect there. Valkyrie's going to come through. I don't know who it landed on because no one was stunned very long there.
If it did land, it got blocked. I saw the Crucible was used. I know HF Guy tried to use a Githian wall, but I saw blocks above every single member of Vanguardian. So if the boomerang did hit, it was also included in that block. But again, questionable timing on the engage. They knew it was 3 members.
That wasn't questionable.
No Game No Life was nowhere close. Like that was a 2v3 fight they were looking for.
Yeah, that was just like a bad play, straight up. Though the only way I'd say that's a good play is if you're against a team that's much worse than you and you're just trying to end the game quick. That's it. That was such a bold move. HF Guy landed a 3-man impale into a 3-man Githian wall. But like you said, with No Game No Life not anywhere near that fight, how do you take that in your right mind and think it's a good fight?
I don't know. It wasn't a good fight. They lost it. They lost out on the kills. They lost out on the gold mine. And they gave quite a bit of momentum over to Vanguardian now.
Oh, another impale lands. HF Guy allows 4 breaking point stacks from Gwen as War Teddy builds up very quickly right now. Tyrant's Monocle complete. Building into his next item. We'll see is that if it ends up being double Tyrants. Could be a Tornado. Another impale into a Githian wall. Here comes your boomerang. Winds it up. That is going to be blocked off as well. Ace is high. Lands onto the Krull, but only for a second. Rhyme on the backside. He's onto the Adagio. Adagio on Rhyme. Who's going to win here? Gwen's trying to get onto the back lines to find damage onto Adagio, but it is the Gwen to fall first. No Game trying to find the damage as he lives through this. Rhyme just dropping the Winter Spires, keeping that fortified health building up as Krull got max weakness stacks on him. Lyra is going to use those War Treads here at the end of the fight as they dip back to the safety of the Crystal Sentry. Sigil is down as they look to turn it. There's your Winter Spire, a couple basics. Rhyme waiting, trying to find a target that they can root in place here. Daredevil holding his ground with HF Guy. They look confident. Impale's going to land. Dead Man's rush forward to get the wall back. Rhyme, he's in a bad place. Rhyme, I think he should go down here. He will. Spectral Smite comes through. And Elbow, nothing he can do. Tough situation. Oblivion Lost clearly knew what they could accomplish there.
I think Vanguardian was hoping that they could hold on long enough for War Teddy to rejoin this fight and add that damage in, but Tim it's a little bit too much crowd control and a little too little energy when they re-engaged for him to be able to hang on. As a result, Oblivion Lost were able to find themselves another kill, and now they're going to start the Kraken. There is an opportunity for it to be stolen because they are not the quickest Kraken takers, thanks to Krull having pretty much no damage against it, but they are going to be continuing to work on it. Here comes Vanguardian.
Yeah, this is going to be contested, but it does go the way of Oblivion Lost now, as long as he can kind of back up here, make sure nobody falls due to a poor fight. Will do great. 2-man impale. This is HF Guy. 2-man Githian wall. Doesn't find the stun, but knocks him back here. Valkyrie swing and a miss is on the backside. Tim can't do anything. War Teddy is dead. 3 versus 2 advantage to Oblivion Lost. Another impale onto the Rhyme. Rhyme trying to stand his ground. He's doing it, but to what avail here? It's not really doing anything for his team. He can't get out of here. Full weakness stacks. Lyra doing her best to keep him alive. There's your Bright Bulwark. Crystal Sentry decides to show up. There'll be an arcane passage out over the wall. And pretty easy fight for Oblivion Lost once they were able to find target. Looks like this is going to be the ACS. It will. Only a couple seconds left here at the end. Just a wonderful fight.
Long time to take down Tim. It was about 20 seconds between the death timers for Gwen and Rhyme there, but doesn't matter how long it takes. If you still get the team fight win, you can make plays happen off it. They got the ace for the regen as well on top of it. Now with Kraken pushing in, they're just going to work on these turrets.
Yeah, a good chance this could be game if they play their cards right here. Gwen is on to the Adagio trading back and forth. The Impale will miss. Very defensive. Daredevil staying alive. There's your Fountain. Valkyrie comes through but does not find the stun. No game very low. They're trading onto War Teddy. Impale, they go 1 for 1. Now it's just HF Guy and Daredevil here. They're trying to close this game out. Bacon, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. There's your Githian wall. Kroll doing a pretty good job. The damage is coming out of Rhyme. Kraken is very low. They're probably going to look to focus this down and switch it over, but the Vein Crystal dropping as well. Kroll doesn't have a whole lot of damage, but he might have enough here. HF Guy and Daredevil doing their best. This Vein Crystal getting quite low. This is going to be game. Bacon. The Spectral Smite comes through to end it out. I'm sure a beautiful sight for a Kroll fan such as yourself.
Yeah, I mean, again, the way Daredevil played this Kroll was absolutely perfectly. The build I'm still not a huge fan of, but it ends up working out for him at the end. Tim was just unable to really contribute anything to these fights because he had full weakness stacks on the entire time. And that fight took forever. At the end, Gwen had respawned before they finished the game, and that was how long it took Kroll to get up to full breaking point stacks, but he got there eventually. And from that point, they weren't able to deal with him. He turns his attention to the Vein Crystal, has enough damage built up because that Rhyme isn't able to do any damage to him, thanks to weakness stacks. And as a result, Oblivion lost. It was a very rough go of it in this game. It looked shaky for them at times, but HF Guy with these Lance plays, I feel like that was just the real catalyst for this team able to win this game.
Yeah, really phenomenal performance out of HF Guy. I haven't seen many Lance players land as many Impales and Githian. I think he landed more Githian walls this game successfully than I've seen almost any other player in any other game. I'm very impressed. They looked good. Scoundrel, you're sitting there with God's eye view on everything. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, that was a great game actually, to be honest, guys. And I think we talked about the Rhyme coming in very early on, and then you ended up going into a double melee. But if you're going to have a melee that is good against Rhyme, Cruel is one of those people, because the weakness stacks just make it so that Rhyme is not regenerating as much as he would be usually. The fortified health then becomes less impactful because obviously fortified health for Rhyme is that it grants him that barrier so that he can regen with the Eve of Harvest, and it makes him that kind of unkillable machine that we all know and love Rhyme to be. But with the weakness stacks, it makes it a lot harder. And they played that really well towards the end. Again, there was some major synergy issues, you have to say, in some instances. And I think Bacon was right to point it out. Some of these team fighting scenarios where it didn't look like they were quite on the same page, they maybe have to work on that, because they're going up, I think, up against Lemon and Lime next. I'm going to show you the bracket before we get to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just have a look over there. This is the bracket here. You can see Oblivion lost now. They are through. They'll go through and face Lemon and Lime tomorrow. And Lemon and Lime come off the back of a pretty grueling defeat to Fnatic Gaming in that series just before. It's one more series left today to determine our final team to make it through to tomorrow. But we do wave goodbye here to Vainguardian, a team who was 20th seed. We didn't expect the world from them. We kind of maybe put them on a pedestal after what we saw from Fnatic Gaming. But regardless, they put up a decent fight. We're going to be going to a very short break, and when we're back, we will have another game now between Waves and Memento Mori. So really, really cool game coming away. Waves got a lot of good players on it as well. They should be realistically in that winners bracket, but they did lose earlier on to Fnatic Gaming, like Humanist said. So we'll be back in a very short moment. When we're back, we'll be back with our final game of the night.
きた
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our final game of the night here at VGL, and it is going to be between Waves and Memento Mori. Guys, I am very much looking forward to this one. There are some, well, memorable faces, especially on the side of Waves, with Bong Mabu, potentially my most favourite named guy in the game. Player in the game is my favourite named player in the game. That's the word I was looking for, chat. I'm sorry. Sasiska as well also had time on Snow previously last year, so some big names over on Waves, and they do find themselves staring down the barrel of elimination before even making it for a chance for one of those top 3 spots to get their chance back at the Evil 8. But not only the Evil 8, or rather Vainglory 8 now, there is plenty of other things up for grabs here at VGL. $2,500, and the lion's share of that goes to the winners, as well as these fantastic, I'm just going to show you guys, these fantastic Elgato capture cards, the HD60S with the Vainglory League motif on a red background, and then the winning composition, the composition that they won the Vainglory League Spring Split 1 with. Each member will get that printed onto their capture card, which is potentially the coolest prize to have ever existed. Humanist and Tasty Bacon, we are about to get going here. I'm going to confirm everybody is ready and rocking. But I'm looking forward to this. I think Sasiska, Bong Mabu, these guys are great players. So we've had some real treats of old EU pros or sort of previous EU pros today, and I'm looking forward to some more.
Yep, they're definitely very talented on that side. Memento Mori, I feel like I watched them play, but I can't remember these player names.
I think we've only gotten to see them on stream once, and that was very early on against Lemon and Lime. They were a team that no one expected really much of anything from. They were I believe they're in the 30s for their seed, and they brought Lemon and Lime to the brink, very nearly defeating Lemon and Lime in their best of 3. So I'm expecting big things from Memento Mori. I think this matchup, when I first saw the playoff brackets play out, I felt like this one was kind of the roughest match, because I feel like both of these teams could very easily, and maybe even should be, within the top 3, but because both of them lost a game, they're down here.
I think it's hard to say.
Lemon and Lime got dumpstered today, and you're saying that they took Lemon and Lime to the brink. So that shows me that they lost to a team they got good. Yeah, but that was just earlier brackets. Sorry, Scoundrel.
No, I think you raise a really good point, Humanist. I think the fact is that this is a team that should be potentially top 3. Should be. But we've got such high level of competition for VGL this season round. It's very difficult to say who is the absolute best. I think our 2 winners bracket finalists at the moment definitely showing themselves as top 2, but top 3 in my opinion is almost up for grabs everywhere.
Yeah, well, that's why we have the double elimination format, so we can figure out who is the top 3.
Oh, Tasty Bacon
into this
laying
draft.
down the knowledge of the double elimination brackets.
Bacon, we're gonna say a weapon Arden. It's looking good so far.
It is looking good. I highly doubt it. I just don't think teams are ready for it. Not ready for the glory and the magnificence that is Weapon Power Arden.
Well, there's your Vox, and so we probably see the Adagio out of the jungle. The Weapon Vox here. What would you would agree?
That's what I would assume it would be.
No, it's
just given the way teams, do like to play certain heroes. I'm not going to say I like it. I'm not a huge fan of Adagio out of the jungle. Even it can work, but I like this, the Rona Glaive Fortress. That is a very, very aggressive composition coming out of the side of Memento Mori.
I'm just going to trigger Humanist and say it could be CP Arden. You you never know.
Dude, that'd be dope. That'd be an instant win right there.
I think it could very well be. An all-in composition coming in then from Memento Mori as we head into game right now, and that is where I leave it at the door for myself and open a door into the wonder of the human bacon.
I started to get really excited, just because I saw Sasiska on the Adagio, and I was like, "Oh man, it's gonna be a carry!" And then I remember that Sasiska switched out of the captain position.
Wow, what a disappointment, huh?
It really was. I got super excited, and then it was like, "Oh right, Sasiska's not the captain," and it just like my world came crashing down.
Do you need a minute? Do we need a pause? Well, the fact that you brought up Sasiska in the jungle, I think that's a good moment to say I've been really impressed with him in this jungle position. I think he's transitioned really nicely out of that captain roam position right into the jungle. Looked really smooth thus far.
Yeah, and well, look at this early game start. They're going to go aggressively into the Memento Mori jungle. Rona going to go deep into the Waves jungle as they won't. I mean, that's kind of forced by necessity, but still a very smart rotation to go ahead and make sure that they don't fall too far behind off of this aggressive play from Waves.
Yeah, pretty smart indeed. Man, I guess if there was a Ryan game, this is the game to have a Ryan, like this triple melee comp.
There is no rhyme, unfortunately, but maybe there will be a reason.
There's no rhyme? God, no. I don't know why I thought that one. Why do I say things sometimes? I'm so dumb.
Trying to get focused on what we have in front of us.
All right, we have 3 players playing against 3 players in a game of Vainglory. We have melee comp on one side. On the other side, we have debatably the better team, in my opinion, with a stronger draft. Bacon, I expect Waves to end this game at approximately 18 minutes. What's your expectation?
I expect that they're going to look to end the game at 15 minutes. I don't know if they're going to be able to, because while they do have a massive range advantage on the side of Waves, there is so much aggressiveness and so much engage on the side of Memento Mori that as long as they don't get into a poke war, which they can't poke at all, they have no poke whatsoever. But if they make the call to go all in while Waves is trying to poke, they have an opportunity to just blow up a target immediately, especially depending on where these build paths end up going. It could be some really exciting moves.
It could be. They will have to, I think, engage very, very strong and all as one unit to make that happen. On the flip side, it does feel like Waves have a pretty good comp to deal with that. Adagio can just stand his ground, let his verse rip, and throw a gauntlet down. Suddenly you control a massive area of effect.
As long as you can get the gauntlet down in the right spot, because I would assume a Crucible is going to come out in order to try and block the Verse of Judgment. And if the Verse of Judgment gets put down with the gauntlet, all 3 members of Memento Mori are inside of it, they're not going to care about the gauntlet. So that is something that Waves will have to be very wary of.
Definitely something to look out for here. Waves as a unit, applying a little pressure in the lane. This is how are we saying this Waves name?
Azazel.
Okay, so Azza clears his jungle. He's gonna move up here, looking for the afterburn boots forward. He's found the art, and this is gonna be 3. I would say it's impressive, but that was just pretty straightforward. There's
that's
the
what you
target
wanna
on the
do with Glaive.
Boo. Yeah, she gets away. What's up?
As I said, that's just exactly what you want to do with Glaive. It is very straightforward, but it's also very effective. Just charge in, afterburn someone into your team, pick up a kill.
Yep, and even in that situation, there was nothing his team could really do to keep him alive. So not a lot of action here in the first 4 minutes. Jungle's already intensified.
Jungle getting a little bit more intense. A shop spawning. Crystal sentries making their way down. A gold miner appears.
Oh, they're going to be waiting before they clean that up. It's waves moving as a unit here. You see Bar's movement right there? Nice little dip down to clear out scout traps. I like that a lot.
And also, Bongaboo finishing off that first tier 3 item, getting the breaking point. And, you know, someone may be just tuning in, maybe like, but weren't you just ragging on breaking point first? Vox is the only hero in the game that I full-heartedly agree with getting breaking point first on.
You know how at the end of the game you meant roll at 25 breaking point stacks?
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh, and it seemed to work out for him. That was like the only moment you had a positive anything that you said about breaking point first on Kroll. And this guy in chat, Vela or something, was like, Caster's breaking point on Kroll first item is not good. And I'm like, dude, you did not watch much of this match, did you?
Yeah, and I also kind of prefaced that comment by saying, you know, it took them, what was it, 20 to 30 seconds to get those stacks? But either way, Esquire in a little bit of trouble, jumping out of the fray in order to get to the safety of the turret, and then perhaps looking for a recall. Does have the Serpent's Mask, so both of these, really everyone kind of getting some pretty early first tier 3 items, just because there hasn't been much, you know, real head-to-head aggression coming out this far.
Would you like to eventually see an Atlas on Rona, or do you think an Atlas on the Glaive, Atlas on the Fortress would be enough?
I wouldn't be terribly upset if all 3 of them got Atlas Pauldrons.
Dang.
Not only because Vox is just going to be putting out so much weapon power damage, but also, you know, the Atlas, it affects a carry Adagio as well. It makes the Adagio not able to put out as much damage, and all 3 of these members have the opportunity and the ability to get onto any target they choose. So as a result, I mean, all 3 of them having an Atlas Pauldron would make sense.
I think I'd actually rather see like a Null Wave on the Glaive instead of the Atlas. We could put the Atlas on the other 2, a Null Wave on the Glaive. I think it'd have a very good impact on him. And if you can get that off, there's no blocking Atlas, you know? If you want to drop it on the Arden, you're going to shut him down in obvious ways. You're going to block their ability to go ahead and get Afterburn back. Oh, speaking of the Afterburn, there you go. So Siska standing his ground. He's going to let the Verse out. Connects decent damage and a stun onto the Glaive, but Sasiska not finding the damage that he really wants right here. Trying to. Boots 40 gets it! Sasiska, the sneaky sausage. My goodness, I like it.
Yeah, very aggressive play. Like you said, he got, you know, just stood his ground, threw down the
If the fire, he's buffed up. He finds another Bongaboo. Actually finds the kill, but that was also Sasiska. Wow.
So Siska making plays. You mentioned we've been very impressed with this transition from the captain to the jungle. That continues to be the case.
Yo, Sasiska, turn it up a notch, dude. I mean, I've never had the conversation with the teams that he's been on in the past, like, oh, why is Sasiska here in the captain room position? Why is he not? Because, I mean, I don't know necessarily where he fits in best. We just know that that's where we've seen him at live championships, multiple live championships playing. But obviously, this is a guy who can play. He looks like he could probably play any position. Very comfortable, very aggressive.
And his aggression paying off thus far. They get those 2 kills, pick up a turret, and have themselves a little bit of a gold lead. About almost 3,000 gold in favor of Waves now. Memento Mori going to be looking for an option to get in here, but these afterburns not quite hitting the mark that they're looking for.
Not really. Red Mist's going to come out here. Gauntlet's down. Rona's going to be stunned up on the back side of that. She'll go ahead and reflex and jump out of the fray there. Had the reflex, but when you just have a very nicely positioned Gauntlet, it doesn't always come out.
Yeah, not always, especially if you, I'm not sure if the gauntlet was launched from the brush or not. If it does get launched from the brush, it becomes even more difficult to try and block out. Gold Miner gonna go the way of Waves as they pick that one up, increased his gold lead even more. Azazel really needs to get this aftershock completed, just to add a little bit more impact on these afterburns. The afterburns also need to be a little bit better from what we've seen thus far. The first one was great. The rest have kind of been like onto Arden, which really isn't the target you want to be hitting. Hasn't really been knocking anyone into the rest of Memento Mori. It's been a little bit off for the Glaive thus far.
Yeah, it has. I mean, his first kill into that 3v1 was on the Arden, but Arden was sitting on very low health. Maybe he thought he could have more impact.
There's no problem with it.
Yeah. I'm just saying that maybe that's why his mindset's there. He thinks he could do it, but misreading the situation. Right now, Waves putting on pretty good pressure here in the lane. They can do whatever they want at this point. Looks like it's going to be them dipping down into the jungle here. Going to take away the mid. Has a jumped over. Do you think Waves named themselves Waves because they used to be Tsunami?
You know, I've thought about it a little bit, only a very little, and it might be. I think it'd be pretty clever if they did, but I don't know for sure. Haven't gotten to have a discussion with them about the name.
You haven't? What have you been doing?
I have been busy.
Minion Candy onto the Wave here. As the Waves look to apply a little bit of pressure. It's kind of a cheeky Minion Candy out of bars. He's holding another one in his pocket. They have the War Treads, the Fountain complete for his side. Actually, War Treads, Fountain for both captains.
Both on a pretty even path as far as items are concerned. Sasiska, like I feel like that was an opportunity for an afterburn right onto Sasiska that they just didn't take.
Yeah, I'd say this Glaive doesn't look really comfortable, honestly, right now. Sasiska buffed up, getting good damage, and that was the wait for it used. A little bit late. Probably call that one a mistake, but not a huge problem as Bong and Moo, Bars, and Sasiska look to move into the jungle, clear out this Crystal Sentry, and it will be cleared out very quickly. 11 minutes, double Tyrants completed for Bong Mabu. Totally online.
Absolutely. Beyond online. This is incredible pace for Bong Mabu on this Vox. They are ready to go. Sasiska just needs to duck down to the shop and we'll have the Broken Myth finished now. So, I mean, really, Waves, they're ready to fight. They're ready to go. Actually, a weapon infusion for Sasiska. I always find it curious to see what infusions the Adagios pick up because it seems like it's, you know, some players just will always go Crystal and just make that Crystal power even stronger. Some always go weapon and just say we want more attacks to come out because of how strong the Adagio is. So it's a personal preference thing, but here is Memento Mori. I feel like Memento Mori just needs to be a lot more aggressive than they have been. At this point, it may be a little too late. Like, if they try and go aggressive, they're probably just going to have that aggression countered on them because Waves has now gotten so far ahead in terms of item paths.
Yeah, they really are. Weapon infusion coming out of Vox here. Bongmabu fused up, ready to fight. Sasiska still holding his. Esquire jumps out of the fray over the wall. Yeah, Memento Mori completely on the back foot here. I don't feel like Aza is very comfortable in this Glaive pick. Either that or is playing with significant lag, which, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to take that into account, really, because, you know, everybody's responsible for their own connections.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like it would be a connection issue, but again, it's hard to tell from here, but at the same time... But it comes down,
you said, like you were saying, there's an opportunity, then the opportunity is gone. If you're not able to react instantaneously, then you're missing a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, but, you know, again, as a whole, this composition has not been played the way that they need to, based on what they have and what their opponents have. Like, they need to be aggressive, and instead they're constantly hanging back, letting these minion waves come to the turret, and then looking to do something here, but...
Yeah, Bongmabu turns it. That's going to be the silence landing on potentially two. The Gauntlet, very nice stuns here. As Esquire trying to find an opportunity to jump back in. It wasn't there, so Kez goes down. This is going to be a turret taken for Waves. Probably, yeah, they're going to drop down. They're going to get another Crystal Sentry. This will be their second Crystal Sentry. Another back jungle clear. And I actually don't know how you would stop Waves at this moment.
No, like I said, this is a composition that wants to be very aggressive on the side of Memento Mori, but they've fallen so far behind that going aggressive doesn't even work for them because they just get countered so hard by just the sheer damage that's going to come out from Waves. If they try and go in, they're just going to get melted. Much like Rona just did.
Absolutely destroyed right there, and it's a full defensive maneuver. I'm not gonna say it again. That I don't know what they could do. It's because it comes down. It's not so much even what Memento Mori can do right now, as Sasiska just eats you alive, Azza. Don't pick this glaive again, please, because you are not playing it to a very high level. This is Waves just dominating, just styling on their opponents.
Yeah, they have every single advantage. I mean, only 5 kills in 14.5 minutes, but they have destroyed all 3 of the turrets. They're constantly stealing away the jungle. They have only 1 life left on that Crystal Sentry that they're probably just going to take right now because why not? There's no sign of Memento Mori being able to stop them. Here we go.
All right, maybe here's your play. Attack of the Pack is out. It's Rona getting decent damage down with that red mist and fortified health. Sasiska standing his ground, though. Bar standing his ground. The fountain's going to come out. Can Waves turn this back around? Vox is low. Bongmaboo is down. They've lost 2, Bacon. Ozza will fall at the end of Sasiska standing his ground. He gets 1, but he will go down in the end as Esquire. Last man standing. The ace goes out the opposite direction. Surprising to me, but they made it happen.
Surprising to me as well, but they were clumped up quite a bit. I feel like they just weren't able to get the damage on those wolves immediately, so the Kez was able to do quite a bit with the Attack of the Pack, and Esquire was just had that red mist going and was able to hit multiple targets with it. Really a lot of damage done by this Rona, and it was kind of a weird to me to see Waves not really put much focus on the Rona as they had been doing almost all game. They've been putting priority on the Rona, just forcing her out of fights. They didn't do that this time. She's able to stand her ground, stay in there. And of course, the triple Atlas Pauldron actually did quite a bit to keep Bongmaboo and Sasiska from being able to have as much of an impact as they may have liked to have had. But at the same time, the Crystal Sentry was eliminated, so they won't have any additional help in their jungle for the side of Memento Mori.
Yeah, a very nice fight for Memento Mori here. We'll see if they can do make another fight go their way. Everybody's infused up on their side. You have your tier 3 boots up on this Rona, so she's going to be getting those cooldown every 12 seconds once activated. Gauntlet available, Versus Judgment now available, just coming off cooldown there. Here's your Attack of the Pack. Esquire is in. Did get an Atlas off from the very beginning onto Bongmaboo. See if they can stack another one as the Gauntlet's down. A second Atlas on the Bongmaboo. This is very tough for this Vox to fight. There's everybody. Is that a third one? I'm not sure if the third actually went off or connected there. They might have stacked them early. Bongmaboo was Atlas almost that entire fight, but still, Waves didn't fall. They jump back in onto the Vox. The Vox kites backwards. Sasiska trying to find damage. Fortress has fallen. Esquire's Rona's going to jump out of the fray. Sasiska, can he find the damage there? They're slowed up. Rona's going to turn it around. Try to let the foe splitter. Oh no, it just spins the red mist. Not going to be enough. Goes down. 2 for none in that fight. Waves can probably take this crack and look to end the game.
And that was a great fight from Memento Mori. Like their use of the Atlas Pauldrons was incredible. Bongmaboo and Sasiska had pretty much attack slows on them the entire duration of both halves of that fight. But again, just the items are a little too far progressed for the side of Waves, and they end up taking that fight, getting 2 kills. They don't get the ace because Azazel did get out of there, but with Kraken coming down now, Waves very likely going to be looking to make this their final push. However, Memento Mori, if they could have another team fight like that, but on their side of the map, without the Crystal Sentry getting involved, could be something different. Nice disengage.
Here's your Attack with the Pack. They're trying to get on target. That target is Bongmaboo, but it's just not happening. The damage is going out onto Esquire. Wait for it comes through. Look at these. It's like Atlas after Atlas on both sides. Everybody's attack is slowed. They've lost that Vox. Well, they lose anything else. Asiska's doing a really good job to go ahead and just stutter step backwards. I don't know if it's enough. The last Atlas at the end means he's going to wind up that verse. The verse comes out. There's your double kill. You're trapped inside the gauntlet. Kez will go down. And that's going to be the ace here at the end. Phenomenal job by everybody on Waves this game. Specifically, huge credit to Sasiska. He was really impressive on the Adagio.
Yeah, Waves very impressive all of the way throughout. Memento Mori started to look good in the last few minutes, but unfortunately for them, the first 15 did not look very good at all. If they can play for a full game the way they did these last 3 minutes, I think Memento Mori can take the games off of Waves, but Waves was just too strong early on, got themselves too large of a lead. You see Sasiska 9-1-3 on this jungle Adagio, able to make it work even in an unconventional role.
Well, you think Memento Mori can do it? I disagree with you. I believe in this Waves team right now. Scoundrel, though, do you believe?
I believe in Waves, certainly. I think Memento Mori tried to channel their inner SK gaming there with the sort of the double melee into the fortress, but they play into a Vox, an Adagio, an Arden, all of which fantastic for kiting. And you saw for most of the game there was some slivers, like you said, Tasty Bacon, in the last 3 minutes where it looked like they potentially had the turnaround positioning, but against a Vox, he's going to stack for days on these kind of melees, and as long as he gets the speed up from the Vanguard, as long as there's a little bit of peel coming through from Sasiska or for the Gauntlet coming down, even with all those old Atlases that came out at the end, he was still able to remain fairly safe on that backline, stack up eventually, and then just turn that team fight on its head. But I think Waves definitely coming out strong here, and Memento Mori got some work to do. This could be another 2-0. We've seen a lot of 2-0s today. And, Waves definitely looking like they want to make it through to that losers bracket round 2 tomorrow, gentlemen. Next is going to be another game between these two. I will double check that the teams are ready. What kind of changes, Tasty Bacon, do you think you would like to see going into this next draft phase?
I definitely want to see Memento Mori not pick a really aggressive early comp if they're not going to be playing aggressively. This is one of the things I've had a big problem with a lot of teams across both Challengers and Vainglory 8, where they'll draft these compositions that just are so strong in the early game, and then they just kind of hang back and play passively. And
but was that
exactly
draft? Was that draft strong in the early game? Like, what would have been strong about it? You had a like, utility cooldown glaive and a fortress and a Rona who needs like a couple items to come online.
It's still, they made a play early on that showed the aggressiveness that they can have and the effect they can have early on, but they made it once and then never did anything else the rest of the game until 15 minutes in.
We are into draft, gentlemen. It's going to be Kestrel banned away first to see what response comes from. As I actually forget to set that response comes from Waves. It's going to be Glaive banned away here. So, first pick given over to Memento Mori, obviously, as they are A-side this time round, and they're going to lock in the Adagio. Lyra is up and available for Waves, though, so again, it's that lovely phrase Humanist used, the pick your poison moment. And the poison has been doled out, and Memento Mori take the Adagio.
They need to grab Lyra, Lance, and then last pick the Ozo. That's what they need to do. If they want me to like them more than I already like them, it's not going to happen.
Going to be Fortress Vox here, Tasty Bacon.
That's
they leave the light, but are you expecting Memento Mori to want to? I mean, again, Fortress.
This never happens. Like, you have to pick it up.
Yeah, but okay. Look, I'm gonna theory craft here. You probably aren't expecting them to pick up a Lyra, so you're probably feeling. Whoa. Okay. You know what? I'm done. You guys take over. See ya.
I mean, the play here is you take Saw, you pick up the Lyra, Saw to the lane, or Adagio to the lane. This is not what I was thinking, but there are strengths here. Kind of. I
just feel like you have the opportunity to take Lyra with you have Adagio. If you have Adagio Lyra, you can still go for the Saw and just mow through these objectives before your opponents even have a chance to react.
So waves with this draft, it feels like they had the Taka in mind already, which provides a mortal wound. You get the mortal wound at Fortress, and maybe that was their plan. Like, even if they get double heal, we're just gonna negate the healing coming out of them. But either way, very strong draft.
Yeah, I feel like Waves were definitely, they were willing to give over the double heal because they were expecting to take double mortal wounds. But end up only being a single heal. There can still be a lot of early game pressure from Memento Mori, but again, they didn't put on any early game pressure last game. Hopefully they change that up this time around because they need to put on early game pressure or they are going to get just wiped out very quickly.
What would you see as the timing window for this Memento Mori team?
Well, it's a weapon power saw, and my opinions on weapon power saw have not changed much in that if you don't have that first turret down within the first 5 minutes, you've lost the game.
I also think the weapon power saw is pretty good at securing an early Elder Treant, but they're not going to go that route. In fact, it was actually just a minion candy early on in the wave from waves by bars who drop that minion candy just to hold that lane against the saw, who would probably definitely shove it, and then Bong Mabu and Sasiska go ahead and clear out the jungle.
Well, right now they're going to be looking to just try and push in this lane. Sasiska and Bong Mabu both coming up to help make sure that this doesn't get shoved in. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing all three members of Waves up in the lane pretty frequently.
I think so. Right now it's going to be Esquire jumping forward. Twirly Death and the Pouncy Fun gets good damage out on Taka. Taka burning with that Gift of Fire. Bong Mabu doing our best to go ahead and farm up the wave here. With Memento Mori just have the lane shoved. We'd expect it with that weapon saw, especially when the second item, or you get that first chance to go ahead and dip to the shop and pick up some items.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that first chance doesn't come until 4 minutes in generally. It's not terribly frequently that we see people recall before the 4 minute mark to pick up some items, but Tez needs to be a little bit careful, getting dropped pretty low. However, down in the jungle.
Yeah, down in the jungle, Sasiska playing some games. Esquire able to take that back healing camp. So, I mean, Sasiska's going to move up into the lane. We'll get here before the Koshka does. Has to be careful. Going to be a little jump forward there, but Bar's taking a lot of damage from Esquire. Esquire forced out, didn't want to go toe-to-toe with Bong Mabu. This is going to be both junglers taking away each other's jungle rotations.
So things will stay relatively even as a result of that. You can see up in the lane, this lane is still staying pushed on the wave side of the map, but there hasn't been a whole lot of work done on the turret just yet. Bong Mabu's been doing a really good job of clearing out these waves as they come in. And well, now Azazel's going to get a little bit of damage in there onto Bong Mabu.
But why? Like, why would you suppressing fire when you're spun up and you do like just a tiny little bit of damage onto the box? It doesn't make sense. Get wrecked! That's what you deserve. You deserve to die for making decisions like that. First blood to waves.
Oh, first blood to waves indeed. And now Sasiska in a little bit of trouble.
Proxy farming like a boss. Bacon, do you have headphones on?
I do not.
That's what's going on.
Are you hearing yourself?
From time to time. I didn't know what was going on, but it's not constantly, just sometimes.
Let me turn you down a little bit.
Sounds good. Well, Esquire looks like they'll be able to secure up this treant here in the mid. Nice for them. 102 gold to get their forwards as well. Esquire does feel comfortable on this Koshka. I think that's pretty fair to say.
I think that's definitely fair to say. Squire looking to keep the aggression up in the jungle, which is kind of something we don't normally see. Typically, the early aggression ends up moving up towards the lane, but Squire trying to make it happen in the jungle. Sasiska with some good damage early on, too.
Yeah, Sasiska. I'm liking it. He's also carrying around some minion candies himself, so looking to have a little bit of that impact here in utility format. It's pretty interesting. I think it's a smart call also. You know, you're going up against the saw. All you need to do is just keep this turret up, right? Just keep this turret up, keep your map control, and the lane minions can just do work for you.
Well, speaking of, we're going to be pushing in again. This turret still has not taken a whole lot of damage, considering it's a saw adagio up in the lane. But they're still trying to push in constantly.
Bars took a lot of damage to the Esquire jumped in, but Sasiska got to be careful. The Saw's chunking him down. The flares came out. They knew exactly where he was, and he has to be careful. So a very good job out of Kez to go ahead and just have the flares on him to flare out that Taka and not allow him to get on top of that Saw and burst him down.
You mentioned Mori playing fairly smart here in the first few minutes. They're starting to really get some damage onto this turret, finally getting some good damage onto the members of Waves as well.
Oh, they're gonna jump in. They trade that 1-for-1, and the Saw is also very low health right now. This is an opportunity for them to take advantage here. I wish the Sasiska would... maybe, he just didn't actually know if the Saw had stuck around or not, but at this point, you're going to be able to get healed up from Adagio, and you lose that advantage. Stealth in, basic attack here. Saw's getting spun up. Sasiska, I don't know what the play is. Going to go ahead and use that move speed, get himself out of that one into the jungle.
Yeah, very risky play for Sasiska to go in there, especially when you start with the Kaku going invisible. You have it on cooldown for then so long that you can't just use it to escape. So you have to be very careful with your movements, especially into a spun up Saw. Sasiska still looking to finish off a Storm Crown for the first item on this Taka.
I think that'll be pretty good for him. He definitely is going to be one of the main Atlas carriers for this team. Probably see an Atlas on that Fortress, Atlas on the Taka. It's just such a great delivery method onto the Saw. Bars taking a lot of damage out of Esquire. We'll go ahead and turn around, apply that Truth of the Tooth, but I wish you would have reserved that. There's your X-Retso in. He's onto the Saw. Saw holding his ground. Get the turret here. Sasiska, he's finding the damage of the Yummy Cat. If Frenzy actually comes out, Fortress cleaned up here in a 1-for-1 trade. Sasiska very low. He goes down, but so does Esquire for the side of Memento Mori, and now it's Bong Mabu onto the chase. That's always been one of my favorite names, Bong Mabu.
Both you and Scoundrel, big fans of the name Bong Mabu. It's a fun name to say, absolutely. As doesn't decide to chase down the Adagio. Adagio got a little bit too far ahead, but the turret did fall. It was a little beyond the 5-minute mark, but that's not the worst thing in the world. When I do say that you need to take it down by 5 minutes, otherwise you lost the game. As long as you're still putting pressure on it and you're taking it down like around that time, you're okay. It's when you're like 5 minutes in, the turret's still at like half health and you're not really getting the pressure onto it. That's when you're in a lot of trouble. So taking it down to 6 minutes, still not the worst situation, but getting jumped on like that could be.
Yep, a little jump in from Sasiska forces Azza to be a little bit defensive in his play there for a second, but Esquire is here. Waves taking a lot of damage. Both teams have their fountains ready. Another jump in by Esquire. A lot of burst damage with that Shatter Glass, and looks like it could be a Broken Myth next. So we see this build sometimes out of the Koshka. We might have a moment where you could talk about builds for a second. Could you talk about Koshka's build and then Vox's if we have an opportunity? Let's go, oh, she's jumping in. Bong Mabu looks like might go down. They've turned it though. Turret has the aggression. The wait for it comes through. They're not able to find the kill. Self-heal into the verse. Bong Mabu steps back. The stun lands onto Fortress. Adagio very low. Tries to get the self-heal. Saw moves forward. He spun up. Bong Mabu chopped down. They lose the 1-for-1 at the end here. Sasiska pretty low. Esquire jumps right back in. Not scared at all. Sasiska X-Retsu's in. Just holding turret aggro. Esquire is going to go ahead and grab that himself. I'm sure that was not the intended play out of Saw. In fact, if we have any production listening, let's keep an eye on that Saw. Just make sure he's not AFK here.
Yeah, that definitely did not look like an intentional play from Azazel. You mentioned last game, missing opportunities on the glaive. Definitely might be a part of it there, but either way, we do have to continue playing as they are gonna just keep looking. Saw definitely looks to have some sort of connection issue, which is extremely unfortunate.
Did you mention Vox's build?
I didn't get to touch on it yet because right when you asked if I could touch on it, they went into a nice big team fight. Bong Mabu starting off with a Sorrow Blade before going to the breaking point. I kind of like this in this situation. Saw does seem to be back, which is good news on the side, but you're not going to get a whole lot of chance to ramp up early on. Kasha's going to be looking to burst you. Saw is going to be spun up and doing a ton of damage, but now they've got another fight.
Yeah, Kez left for dead. The Adagio is going to die. That's a self fountain. The attack of the pack comes out, but a very nice steal on that gold mine by Esquire.
The gold mine gets stolen away, but Esquire and Azazel still holding their lane, able to keep Waves at bay. Again, this has been a much better performance for Memento Mori here in game number 2 than they had in game number 1. See if they can keep it up. Lots of scout traps getting picked up by both sides. Vision going to become very important, especially with Ataka.
Yeah, definitely important here. We have the double Atlas completed for Waves. This is a big power spike for them. And it means like you can just go, even if Saw is spun up, you can still have that threat. X-Retsu win. It's Atlas applied immediately from Sasiska. It's gonna be on cooldown just a second here. Esquire jumps in, which really does. Yummy Cat and Frenzy comes out. They found that Taka. Sasiska roasted. Ate that sneaky little sausage up very quickly. Now the rest of Waves on the run. That was actually the fountain out of bars as well. This is a big loss for Waves as they try to get back here. Bong Mabu is going to try and hold this. Suppressing Fire is going to slow him up. Do a little bit of damage, not too big of a deal. But you know, one thing I was thinking is that, no regard in this game, but just overall, how come we just haven't seen any CP Saw at all?
I don't know. A lot of teams have just kind of moved away from it. I'm not entirely sure of why. As they haven't really asked any players about it specifically, but I feel like it's a pick that can still be very strong. It's so burst focused. I feel that may be why a lot of teams have moved away from it, because a lot of compositions are able to deal with burst nowadays. But yeah, I still think it could be very effective in the right hands.
Yeah. Also, I guess most of the Crystal players are being played out of the jungle. A lot of our weapon laners, so it's kind of hard. It's a little bit harder to make the CP Saw work out of the jungle. You can definitely do it, but maybe not as easy to execute on. Wave, big mistake not clearing out Scout Trap here. They know Memento Mori know where Waves are, but as Esquire jumps right back in, a lot of damage. You feel very comfortable on this Koshka. And Sasiska taking a lot of damage once again. There you go, going to clear out that Scout Trap on the second rotation through that brush.
So Sasiska going to start building up some shield, much needed, because Esquire's been able to just chunk him down so frequently. I think Bars may need to look towards getting maybe a Crucible. I think is almost required when you're up against an Adagio, but hasn't even really started to build one just yet. Decent gold payout stolen away by Bars on this fortress.
Yeah, Esquire stole the first one away from Waves. This time Bar is able to steal it away from Memento Mori. So back and forth, at least it's even.
At least it's even. For the most part, it's a kill advantage for the side of Waves, but a gold lead for Memento Mori. Anyone who follows my Twitter knows that kills do not necessarily mean wins.
What? Since when?
I'm not sure. Did you see that one that I posted
No.
the other day?
Did not.
It was a game I was in. My team was down 9 kills to 23, and we won.
Wow. Feels good.
It was. I feel bad for the other team. Like
I feel bad right now for Memento Mori as they're getting turned around. Bad for who? Bong Mabu, very low. Esquire is going to probably jump in right here. Gets healed up by the Dagio. So Twirly that's just going to buff up those attacks. Should be able to jump onto Bong Mabu very quickly, find that kill. There you go. Sasiska trades it for the Saw, but can he get out of here? Kaku's coming up. Do they have any more flares? Yeah, there's one more flare out of Adagio. He's going to drop the Scout Trap. Goes ahead and tries to go toe-to-toe. Gets the Atlas off onto the Kosh, but will go down in the end. That's the ace, and Bars was just respawning at that moment. Tough break.
A very tough break. They see if they can do with these ace buff minions. Bar's going to try and stop this. Bongaboo's about to respawn as well. Bar's pulling those ace buff minions up away from the turret. That's going to delay long enough so that they can't take this turret at all. Very selfless play from Bars. Works out very risky as well. Looks like they could have. It came pretty close to falling there, but this turret's going to take a lot of damage. Bongaboo will be able to clear the minions out just in time, though. So they do still have that turret, but maybe not for long.
I mean, that turret was dead if Bars didn't take aggro. That was a really smart play.
Like I said, very smart, very selfless. Still kind of risky though, because again, you know your opposition's going to try and jump on you when you do that. But
this is a
get out alive.
That Adagio should have instantly died. All right, now it's Memento Mori on the chase. They're going to War Tread forward. War Treads come out of waves. Yummy Cat and Frenzy onto Bars. Bars falling very low, getting bursted down. He's going to die. Throws the Fountain out at the end. Sasiska really can't do anything. Bong Mabu trying to find some breaking point stacks, but really doesn't have a lot of crit here. Memento Mori just moving forward as a unit. They're going to look to take down this choke point turret. Bong Mabu trying to find some damage with the help of that turret. It's not enough. There's your X-Retsu, the Chitin forward. They actually found Esquire. This is Waves finding an opportunity. He has the Atlas Pauldron off onto the Saw. Saw trying to stand his ground, waiting for it to tie him out. It's not enough, though. Double kill for the sneaky Sausage. Kez is going to stand his ground. Nice dodge on that verse as a Chitin over the top, and that's an ace for Waves.
Oof, what a turnaround at the end there. Able to find that kill onto Esquire is absolutely crucial for them. And then, of course, Sasiska keeping the attack slow onto the Saw, making sure that Azazel cannot get the damage out that he needs to. They're going to start with this Kraken. They should be able to take it unless Esquire can get in there very quickly and go for a steal, but it doesn't look to be the case at all. Not going to have an opportunity. Kraken unleashed for Waves. They still have all 5 turrets to try and work through, but Kraken is a great way to get through at least a couple of them.
Well, Bong Mabu did not have Tyrant's Monocle and was not infused in the last fight. Now has both. Esquire walks right into the bush. Esquire getting lit up. Dude, what? It blows my mind sometimes that teams don't just kill somebody when they do something like that. But anyway, that's Waves showing their great mercies. They jump onto that turret. Turret getting blown up pretty quick. The Atlas Pauldron landed onto the box, onto the fortress here. And that was the Atlas out of Esquire. But Memento Mori take this Kraken. It's traded Kraken for turret, so net advantage Memento Mori.
Net advantage in terms of gold, and also, I mean, getting a Kraken is great, but when you only take the first turret with it, that's not so good. I mean, the first turret should, first of all, should be down well before Kraken is even at the turret, but it's also, it doesn't even open up the map that much for Waves. They still have to play very defensively. They still have to play off the back foot and hope to just get a good engage off of a fight that Memento Mori takes, or if Esquire continuously face checks these bushes. But it's,
shouldn't Esquire have died?
I definitely think so.
Esquire's forward. Yummy Cat and Frenzy lands again on the bars. He had to did not use it. He's very low. Is that a self-found? I'm not sure if he actually did. He's stunned up right there on the backside of this fight. Bong Mabu trying to find breaking point stacks and damage onto Esquire. Sasiska's in a bad position. Sasiska is down. Oh, it's just Waves crumbling here. Not much they can do. Bong Mabu against the world. Bong Mabu is going to look to teleport back and have one last hurrah. Is Memento Mori going to look to close this out? Bong Mabu try to get some damage maybe before the minions get there, and he loses that extra durability on the turret here. Bong Mabu's doing it, but Bong Mabu's finding the damage. The Saw is down. Bong Mabu, can he get another one? Sonic zooms forward. Bong Mabu, are you going to chase this? It's a dangerous situation. Dangerous games that we're all playing here. We're all engaged in very dangerous situations. Waiting for it, not going to be enough. Bong Mabu, Sonic zooms forward. Should be finding the kill onto Adagio self-heal, and Atlas will buy a second or two. Esquire finds space to teleport out, but Waves standing their ground. Bong Mabu making the plays.
All right, so Bars is now building towards a Crucible. Needs to be much better with the reflex blocks. Has actually been the target of the Yummy Cat and Frenzy, specifically because there isn't the reflex block there. There isn't one on Sasiska either, but it's been Bars generally the ones they've been focusing their attention onto, catching with the Yummy Cat and Frenzy, putting a suppressing fire down underneath them, and then just taking this captain out of the fight early on, or at least forcing out an early fountain well before it needs to be used to try and help anyone else on the team. And I've liked that decision making thus far from Memento Mori to do that, because they're not going to be able to necessarily catch on the Bong Mabu with double reflex block just to make sure that this can't happen. Sasiska, obviously, if you don't blow him up immediately, will be able to just pop into that Kaku and get away. Generally, Bars has been their primary target, but now they're starting up Kraken. This is risky.
Oh, they didn't know where Waves was. Waves are going to jump forward. That's the Atlas onto Saw. Even if he stands his ground, he can't attack. The Versa Judgment's going to come out, stun onto the Fortress. They're trying to take the Adagio out. Adagio very low. Kez is down. Kraken actually trying to get in on this action. But this is Bong Mabu finding the damage. Bong Mabu coming on line 17 breaking point stacks. There's your boots forward to Sonic Zoom. And, well, get wrecked, Memento Mori, as Bong Mabu takes the last hit, claims the ace, and in a wild turn of events, Waves in control of this game behind a net worth, have less turrets overall, less map control, but are going to be getting Kraken.
This will be the second Kraken for Waves, and why do you start Kraken in that situation if you're Memento Mori? You have to at least have an idea of where your opponents are before you start up this Kraken. They had no idea. Started up and immediately get engaged upon. Saw just got jumped as had the Atlas Pauldron slapped onto him immediately, couldn't really get involved. Meanwhile, Bong Mabu is just in the back lines throwing out constant damage.
Yeah, really good job out of Bong Mabu to just dance around there, and I'm pretty sure that she was able to block off one of the Atlas that was applied there. I'm not 100% on that, but I felt like it. Excuse me, sorry, choked on my spit there. Esquire jumps on in. Wait for it's going to land, and that is a dead Koshka. Maybe a tilted Koshka. I would be. As Kez is going to be chopped down here. Mortal wounds for days. There's Adagio's dead, and, well, this is Aza on the weapon saw against the Kraken and 3 members of Waves. I don't think the same story as what Bong Mabu was able to accomplish is going to happen, and that's going to be the ace. Waves just rolling over their opponents here in the end, playing from behind, outplaying their opponents. Super nice.
And it really, a lot of it came down to the end. Once the reflex blocks came out, Koshka was unable to get those engagements. They were still trying to rely on the Yummy Catnip Frenzy engages, and ends up, once they start getting blocked, it just puts Koshka into a bad situation. The rest of the team can't follow up. And as a result, Waves, they weathered the storm and eventually break down their opponents, picking up the 2-0 victory. Far from a clean game number 2. But at the end of the day, scoreboard just shows 2-0.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's very impressive stuff. Waves felt like the stronger team in game 1. I was actually impressed that Memento Mori were able to hang around as long as they did, but even with advantage, you see that Waves are still able to outplay them, so pretty awesome stuff.
Well, gentlemen, that was the end of our broadcast games, and it's all been 2-0s tonight, and that was a really interesting one, actually. I think Bong Mabu ended up going a different Vox build to what we usually see. He went the Sorrow Blade because he didn't go the double Tyrant's Monocle build. He wanted a little bit more burst, I guess, straight up burst. And then he went double Reflex Block, but I guess because of the pure amount of Atlases that he didn't want to face and all the different, all the different things that he wanted to block, into having 2 Reflex Blocks on his particular kit. And then, like you said, Bacon, once the Reflex Blocks started coming through, they found their way to win. But I mean, that was great. That was really, really fantastic. Performance there by Waves, playing to the level that we thought that they could, and that's fantastic. And then we're going to see them tomorrow in the playoff bracket, and I'm going to show you guys the playoff bracket now because it is what we will be seeing tomorrow. We have had a small change of what we're going to be showing on stream tomorrow, but you can see the 3 highlighted brackets there. The winners bracket final and the 2 losers bracket round 2s, they will be shown on stream tomorrow. So you can see it will be Fluffy Chickens going up against Fnatic Gaming, and then we're going to have Lemon and Lime versus Oblivion Lost and Reliable Union versus Waves. Those 3 games will be shown on stream tomorrow at 6 o'clock CET, so 1800 CET. And obviously they're going to be really high-level games, especially looking forward to Fluffy Chickens versus Fnatic Gaming. I think that's going to be a fantastic series. But Lemon and Lime and Waves both will be vying to make it through the losers bracket to make it to that top 3 spot. Interestingly enough, Fluffy Chickens and Fnatic Gaming, one of which will confirm their place as a contender for a Vainglory 8 spot tomorrow. And between Waves and Lemon and Lime are two teams that we thought would be contesting. One of them will walk away with no chance to contest for a spot. So Lemon and Lime, or if those are teams that win those series, obviously this is talking about what we've expected. Obviously they could lose in this game, this next coming game, and end up losing anyway, so it doesn't matter. But if they won their two respective series and they played each other in that loser bracket final, you could say, one of them will be walking home and they will not make it to a Vainglory 8 spot. So again, lots of work to do for all the teams left in the competition thus far. Now, we will be back at the same time tomorrow, like I said. We've seen some really great games today. Gentlemen, just before I say goodbye to you both, what games are you looking forward to tomorrow? Are you excited, Tasty Bacon?
I'm incredibly excited. I think the one I'm most looking forward to is Fnatic Gaming. I just think because we haven't been able to see them much, they were the team that I was impressed the most by today by far. So I'm just looking forward to getting to see them play again. And of course, it's the two teams that are remaining in the winners bracket. So very likely to end up being the top two teams from challengers if previous seasons are anything to go off of.
And Humanist, which of the games, before I let you go, are you looking forward to tomorrow? Is it that Fnatic Gaming one after the way they performed today?
Yeah. I mean, for me, I think Fluffy Chickens and Fnatic Gaming look leaps and bounds ahead of the other team. I'm disappointed in what I saw out of Lemon and Lime this series, the split. I think they're better players than what they've shown, and so there's something going on back there. Maybe lack of practice, maybe something else. I don't know. I like them as players. I don't think the other games are going to be as exciting as that one in particular. And as I'm looking at this, I'm also confused because I see Memento Mori moved forward in the bracket that I'm currently looking at.
That was my fault. I have No, it's not my fault. My bracket is right. My bracket is right. I almost shot myself. My bracket that I put on stream is right, apparently. But
I'm just looking at the tournament bracket that I was linked.
Okay. Yeah. So in my bracket on stream, I did show that Reliable Union did move on. So Waves did move on. So they are the ones that made it through. There, Memento Mori are not. So just to confirm, guys, if you are looking at the tournament bracket as well, it was Waves that made it through. Thank you, Humanist, for pointing that out, just so we can get that fixed. Now, I'll say goodbye to both of you. You are free to leave as I talk about our roundup and what we're going to see tomorrow. Now, if you guys are interested in getting involved next split, we're going to have Split 2 open now and ready to apply for VaingloryLeague.com. If you are a top-level Vainglory player, go and get yourselves over there and apply with your team, because you could be on stream. You could be the team that we commentate on and build the stories for. So make sure you go and apply. We had loads of applications. Too many for the tournament, actually, for Split 1. So if you think you can do better than some of the teams that have performed in Split 1 so far, now's your chance to prove it. Go over to VaingloryLeague.com and give it your best shot. Also, before I go, I haven't talked about it today at all, believe it or not. I used to be absolutely #sellout but we do have a grand giveaway for this Vainglory Split 1. It is one of 2 Elgato HD60S capture cards and weekly 9,000 ice as well. So that will be over at VaingloryLeague.com/giveaway. 2 really great prizes there. Make sure you go and get involved. It's absolutely free. Literally nothing to lose, guys. So there you go. Like you said, nothing to lose. And with that will be it. That will be us tomorrow, coming back at 1800 CET. Remember, on VaingloryLeague.com, Vainglory League, twitch.tv/Vainglory League, and all of our other streaming platforms. Go and check us out. Make sure you're getting involved. Make sure you're coming to watch, because we're winding towards the business end of the tournament. We'll find out who will be contesting for their Vainglory 8 spot in Europe, as well as who wins all of those fantastic prizes. But for now, it has been a pleasure. My name's Scoundrel. I've been joined by Humanist and Tasty Bacon, and a lot of great background work obviously being done by Blueberries, my saviour replacement last week, as I ended up feeling very ill. We will see you tomorrow, guys. Don't go anywhere. Well, do go anywhere, but see you tomorrow.
T-minus 10, 9, 8.
Hey guys, I'm Chris from California.
Yo, Monster Cat, it's Noah from Austria.
This is Juliana from the US.
Phase 1 complete. Bring in the artists.
Hey guys, this is Nitro Fun.
Hey guys, this is Rich Edwards.
Hey guys, it's Anika.
Family assembled. We have liftoff.
That's a bad kitty.
Welcome to the Monster Cat Podcast. A place where strangers become friends and friends become family. Taking you on a journey, this is Monster Cat.